cannot be forgotten. 2 weeks cannot ease the pain. This should be an indelible mark in history. So when people say, I can't breathe, 20 years from now, my son and your kids never have to say those words again because they're no longer scared.
I want to say that George Floyd's brother will be arriving in a few minutes. The brothers behind me will leave a march, and when they do, I ask that as we rise to march, that we do it peacefully, we don't rush. Just watch them, and as we join the group, so it's far back, and we lock arms in lines behind each other, maybe 10 across, depending on the street, but that we do it in an orderly manner. Love you guys. I'll go. I'll go. I'll go. At 8 o'clock, what are we doing? Sitting down. No matter where we're at, that bridge, we're sitting down at 8 p.m. I love you. You're beautiful.
Okay, so we got to do this in the right way. We got to do this peacefully, okay? So, the athletes are going to lead this march, and we're going to slowly, patiently file out this way to 6th Street. And then we're going to walk down towards the Government Center. But hold on. Give us some patience, because we all just can't just clog the streets right there. You know, everybody, hold on, take a seat. We're still not going to leave until the 4:15 mark. So about 15 minutes, okay? We're making sure that all of our security measures are in place, and the bike patrol is in place, and all the stuff that we have organized to make sure you guys are safe. So just give us about 10 minutes, and then you'll start to see the people in front of you move. When you see the people in front of you move, then you follow them, okay? So just give us a second here. Again, we want to thank you guys, and again, the agenda of this event is peace. So we got to be peaceful. If you see somebody else disrupting the peace, please hold them accountable in a respectful manner. We are all here for George Floyd. We'll be back with you guys in a minute.
I go. We are not leaving yet. If you could all sit down right where you were. Thank you. In the words of George Jones, but in a heart of peace, could you all sit down, my children? Sit down. Pass the message back. Could you all sit down? Pass the message back. Have you sent your viral message across the world that at 8 p.m., no matter where you are, we are all what? I can't hear you. At 8 p.m., what are we doing? No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice.
You're good. I gotta get out of here. Holy shit. Just got tear gas. I need water. I need water. Okay. My eyes. I'm out. Is that baking soda? Okay, I got some. Oh God. Oh my God.
If you need it, stop me!
Oh, I need milk. Oh God.
Need milk?
I need you. Thank you. Oh. Oh.
Fuck you, you fascist pigs!
So that's what happens. Oh, boy. That's, wow. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Tear gas, that's pretty brutal, bro. My eyes still really hurt. I have like snot coming out, bro. It's like, I wanted you guys to see my face. As embarrassing as some people might think this is, it's like, this shit is real. Fuck.
Person that was with you.
Oh. Yeah, I'm good, man. Thanks. Come on. Whatever. Yes, dude. That was so much more painful than I thought it was going to be. That was probably one of the biggest pains. Any water? Shit. Yeah, it's on my eye. It just came out of nowhere.
The second round hit. The second round is
Yeah, the first one didn't give me, the second one did.
I'm surprised I didn't really come up here. And I was like, I'm making it. That helps so much. I was like,
Yeah, that shit'll wake you up. I don't know if you had breakfast, but that shit'll get you. Damn it. I got some more water here if you need it. Woo! Wow, alright, there we go. Look at my eyes, boys. See that, huh? Woo! That is, wow. Worth it though, worth it. Woo! Oh man. That was fucking brutal.
Hey man, if you're any kids here and you got milk, go to them kids and get them kids milk, man. Us adults can take this. Y'all look out for them kids if they out here. FTP! FTP!
if you need a medic, hold your arms above your head in an X.
We got people out here, we have medics out here in red, with the red tags on. Just go to them if you need them. FTP!
Fuck the police!
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 What was that, 143 or 144?
FTP!
Fuck the police!
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 All my brothers and sisters back there, all the way up there where PS of the station is, y'all come up here. Come up here. Come to your family.
Straight up to you guys.
The boxes that these fucking beanbag rounds come in say Safari Land LLC. They think of the people as fucking animals to be hunted. But we know that we are the fucking humans here, and those animal scum in blue are the ones that will be hunted down to their very last one.
You fucking pigs! The shit that you do to the people, you deserve nothing less than violence. You deserve nothing less than death. Tear gassing a 10-year-old girl. Fuck you! Fuck you for the violence! You are literal children! You are so fucking children! Because you like getting paid to be violent. You like getting to use those little toys to terrorize, murder, and abuse the people. But guess what? The people fight back. Up on the highway, when people had nothing but water bottles, rocks, and their militant energy, they were able to force the pigs to retreat. Just because we don't have their fucking weapons doesn't mean we can't fight back. Because we're not fighting back. Oh, there's a fucking pig laughing up there. Fuck you. Fuck you. Don't laugh. Take the guns off the car. Take the guns.
Let's start throwing shit at that bitch up there. He's just enjoying this. He's one of the, you can tell he's one of them racist fucking pigs.
These fucking pigs think it's so funny. But it's not gonna be so funny when the revolution's at your doorstep. You know what's better than one dead cop? A bunch of dead cops! You pigs deserve nothing less than death! You are enemies of the people!
It's fucking wild.
As you terrorize our community! Who you're gonna get got, so be careful! You can walk right now!
What's up, buddy? Hey, how's it going, man? Did you get tear gas?
Yeah, I did.
Hurt like shit?
I mean, I'm a veteran, so I've done
so
it
you
before.
probably had to be, yeah.
It's shitty, but it will go away.
Yeah, it's fine.
You.
Yeah.
It's very uncommon for someone to be allergic to this gas.
Oh.
And its worst, it's gonna make you unable to breathe. It's gonna feel like shit, but you will be okay. Get out of the cloud, away from the downwind.
Yeah.
And your arms, keep your body as open as you can. When you get away, you've got to let it dissipate off of your skin.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a picture of myself, of my brother after he came out of the chamber. 2 minutes he inhaled that shit, calm as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other people next to him were freaking out.
Yeah.
He was calm because you gotta mentally coach yourself. It's like walking yourself through a bad trip.
For real.
You tell yourself you're okay.
I'm gonna be okay. I'm gonna be okay. No, it was intense. It really burned the eyes.
The harder it really is.
Get glasses, wash them off afterwards.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's true. Yeah, that shit was intense, man.
To be friends with these fucking pigs. These pigs. So all the people that's up there that's trying to fucking plea bargain with them motherfuckers, y'all can stay with them motherfuckers. We're here for justice. And justice is what we gonna get by all means. Fuck you fucking pigs, I hate you with a passion.
There you go. There you go.
FT Brown!
Fuck police!
FT Brown! Fuck police! FT Brown! Fuck police! FT Brown! Fuck police! FT Brown! Fuck police! FT Brown! Fuck police! FT Brown! Fuck police! FT Brown! Fuck police! We will never tell you to be peaceful because that's the shit that these cops do! You have every single right to fight back! Working people give them hell! It is right to rebel! Working people give them hell! It is right to rebel! Working people give them hell!
Did you get tear gassed? No?
A little bit.
A little bit of it? It's really uncomfortable, man. Oh yeah, I'm good now. I mean, it took about a minute, it was gone, but like milk and a lot of water. It was a really intense pain. Like you didn't even think about it, and then out of nowhere, it's really intense. How long have you been out here? 2 hours. Okay, that's pretty much as long as I've been here. And so what's happened to you so far? What have you seen?
Not much. Marched through the streets past the Capitol. Gotten up to the I-35. Looked up, stayed up there for a while.
Yeah. Did you see anybody get shot or maced?
I did see a police open fire with I'm sure it was a beanbag shotgun.
Oh yeah, probably.
Whatever. Yeah. I saw some cop pushing back, someone tell him to get the hell out of here, like another cop telling him to get the hell out of here. Because he was taking pot shots as he backed out.
Right. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Were you here yesterday?
I didn't get it out yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was crazy, bro.
Yeah,
I was here. Bro, that dude was fast as hell. That was not his first time doing that.
That's not a big deal. That's not a big deal at all. But vandalism, oh, that's an offense. That right is here.
Shoot
I'm gonna get bombed.
Hey, y'all put y'all motherfucking middle fingers in the motherfucking air and wave it at the pussies over there. Look at them, they're a bunch of fucking middle fingers. Every last one of you. You're all fucking pussies. And if you were to come down here and fight us, you know what the fuck you motherfuckers do. You ain't getting your justice. You motherfuckers get your motherfucking ass worked and made it clear.
Officers have a notoriously low morale. Did y'all know that? Did you also know that Texas has the highest rate of suicide among cops? That's sad. They can't handle it. Because they think it's really enough. You don't even have to play your fucking job. At the end of the day, it's hard to live with that kind of guilt, isn't it?
Don't be able to let me make sure about Martin ever since then. That should have really understand since then. But no, we got here. Being silent. That's how much of a violence, guys.
You were right, me!
Until we had a great choice for us. How many more of us are going to go through this and y'all just don't be here sitting silent? How many more? Am I next? Is he next? Are we all next? Please answer that question for me. I just want to know. We all want to know. Is somebody going to answer that what you said? Be quiet instead of just being us hurt with your tiny ass lips and your tiny ass butt? How you think you're better on us because he's on a bad on this system? Holy shit, that's a bad. This is like us. That's just like us.
that's it, man. I'm done. I've already got tear gas. So make sure you go to the link in the About Me to donate to George Floyd's family. That's in the About Me of my YouTube, so go there. There's the link. If you guys want to donate to the family, I know I'm going to. Shout out to everybody that's been in here. Shout out to the mods, Catalepsy Tory. Shout out to everybody that subbed today. I don't know who it was. I don't know how many we had today, but shout out to everybody that did sub. I appreciate that. I don't know what's going on, but I'm ready to go, man. My feet are hurting. I got tear gas, and it's just about time to hang it up and Can you stay back?
Yes, sure.
My connection gets bad. Sounds like this vehicle is coming here to pick up some soldiers. We'll get out of its way. This marshal here in the vest did a good job of checking in with that vehicle and finding out what the heck it was doing, because there are a lot of people in the street right there. Over here, there's a bunch of food and water in the middle of that group there. I believe it's a church meeting and holding a prayer service there. Again, we are live right now in St. Paul, Minnesota. This is the Minnesota State Capitol, where there is a large rally happening on the lawn as the building is surrounded by State Patrol, by riot police, by the National Guard. but the rally here is peaceful. Yes, the drumming is very powerful. Here in Minnesota, we have a very large indigenous population. We are on stolen land here. There is constantly, at festivals, at all kinds of things, a large presence with those dancers that you saw, with drumming. That is something that is embedded here in these large gatherings. Well, it looks like the entire crowd is moving this way now. So I guess there is a march. We'll just walk through the crowd a bit and show you how big this really is.
I know, I'm just saying, I'm just like proving it.
So many masks out here today, and that's been consistent with everything that's been happening. Lots of masks being given away for the people that didn't bring their own. Thanks again for everyone tuning in. This is Emma. I'm guest reporting today from St. Paul for Status Quo. We've got water being handed out. No, thank you. Would you guys want to share anything on the live stream about what you seen today? I've asked about 7 groups of people so far if they wanted to say anything on camera, and so far nobody wants to. I'm going to head over to what looks like the march starting point. But like I said, that building right in front of me, every time I get close to it, my signal.
No peace! No justice! No peace! No racist! Police! No justice! No peace! No racist! No peace! No justice! No peace! No racist! No peace! No justice! No peace! No racist! Police!
What do we want? Equal rights! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Equal rights! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Equal rights! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Equal rights! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Equal rights!
When black lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! Black lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! When black lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! When black lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! When black lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! When black lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! Solidarity! 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 Who got the power? We got the power! Who got the power? People power! Who got the power? Peace! Who got the power? Peace! Who got the power? Power! Not much like everyone! No justice! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace!
NYPD!
How do you spell fascist?
NYPD!
How do you spell murderer?
NYPD!
How do you spell murderers?
NYPD!
How do you spell murderers?
NYPD!
How do you spell killers?
NYPD!
How do you spell racist?
NYPD!
No justice!
No peace!
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 No more killing police! No justice.
No peace. No more killer police.
Make some motherfucking noise. You mean it? Whose city? Our city. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose city? Our city. Whose streets? Our streets. Black lives matter. 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 When black lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up like that. When black lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up like that. When black lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up like that. When black lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up like that. Stand up, fight back. 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 Fist up, fight back. Fist up. Fist up. Fight back. 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 When black lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up like that. When black lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up like that. No justice. No peace. 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 No justice. No peace.
There's a group that's about to be this right.
Yes, I do. I have hand sanitizer. That's all. Anybody needs water, free of charge. Anybody needs not free of charge.
Everybody kneel. No justice. No peace. 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 Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. You got a plan of action. Everybody take a knee for me. Take a knee. Come on, y'all. Back down. In front of every New Yorker here in New York, we want to demonstrate to you what a peaceful protest looks like.
We won't be silent, but we won't be violent. We won't be silent, but we won't be violent. We won't be silent, but we won't be violent. We won't be silent, but we won't be violent. We won't be silent, but we won't be violent.
New York, to all the people that are here right now, not with us right now, and have suffered because of this epidemic. It's not COVID that's killing us out here. Not like that. It's America. The racism, the tyranny, the oppression. Yes. We're tired. Next to us. Look at the cops. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up. Yo, New York.
Peaceful protest. There's no violence here today. None. Let them be the ones to provoke it, not us.
Let us not be narcissistic. Let us not be the campus that they picked us to be. We are better. We will see. Because
hands are up right now.
Hands up. Hands up. New York. We have 30 seconds of silence. Hands up. That's not here today.
Don't shoot.
Hands up.
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 Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot.
Let's go. It's time. Everybody, we are ready to fight for it.
Riot Park!
Riot
Park! Riot Park! Riot Park!
No justice!
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! George! 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 Fact check Trump! 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 No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace!
I
in the vicinity of the space station and attached to the space station. So that was a huge learning curve for that we human rated a.
Our officers last night showed incredible restraint, bravery, and courage under very, very difficult conditions, end quote. And take a look at this map. This is a look at all the big cities that are under a curfew right now. Philadelphia obviously included, going under a curfew just a short time ago at 6 o'clock. Other cities under a curfew: Chicago, Miami, Cleveland, Seattle, San Francisco, just to name a few. We'll be right back.
Families are trying to adjust to this new normal.
I'll say, but what does that mean for you and the rest of your neighborhood?
Water bottle throwing and stuff like that. But I just want everybody to know that we don't want this. We don't want it to turn into a riot or anything. We just want our point heard and gotten across. That's it.
I just think that the police encourage this. We can't vet right. We become angry. There's been a lot of injustice in our lifetime, and they expect us to remain peaceful. And they can't remain peaceful under stressful situations like the situation with George Floyd, Tamir Rice, Alton Sterling, so on and so forth. Last night, I was defending a crippled man, and the police hit me in the arm, and a baton, and I was maced twice in the face yesterday. And the police supposed to be helping us, but the only people that's helping us is the pedestrians and the other people that's supporting with the water bottles and the milk. They protecting the White House, and that's what we're fighting against right now. So.
I've talked with so many people today, and they don't want to focus on the riots or, you know, the looting that happened last night, the broken windows. They want to focus on the message. What message do you hope that people think back on and remember from this weekend?
Black Lives Matter.
Black liberation is the revolution. So, that's
Thank
it.
you both. Protesters are now chanting "Take a knee" at the Park Police. You can see they are lined up. It's a little tough for me to see, but here we go. We have a higher look. You can see Park Police lined up right alongside the barricade there. And the protesters right on the other side. We are in Lafayette Square, and even back as far as I look into the park, I can see officers on horses back there in different groups and pockets of officers, you know, further back in Lafayette Square as well. And this area is typically open for protests, but because of what happened over the last few days, they've had to close it and have barricades set up. I also see an armored truck back there as well. And, you know, the two people that we just spoke with said things have not turned as peaceful. We could hear shouting at the officers up there, and they described, which we have seen, water bottles getting thrown towards the officers, and, you know, backpacks and other objects getting thrown. And in turn, we have seen the officers spray mist at protesters. And we talked with one man who said that he got, you know, tear gassed or maced or something, and said that he didn't do anything to provoke it. And we also talked with another man that said the same. Hi guys, how are you? What motivated you guys to come out here today?
Oh, well, we wanted to come here and protest how the whole police system is just completely messed up, and how there's just so much injustice, and that Black lives really matter. Until Black Lives Matter. Oh shit.
Okay, so we came out here to protest because, you know, these policemen, they're unjustly killing black people, and this is something that shouldn't be happening. You know, we have kids out here who are going out on the streets, and then they're black kids, and then their parents are scared because the police force is not here to protect them. And we see so many names. You're talking about Trayvon Martin, you're talking about George Floyd, and these are somebody's father, somebody's friend. These are people, and the people that should not be unjustly killed or unjustly beaten. You know, these are people that they're like any of us, and the police system right now is not fair and it's not just, and we're out here trying to make change, because at the end of the day, what we can do is protest, and just us being here, just all these people who are being here, we're trying to make a change and we're trying to do something for the better.
Okay, sorry, I was about to say that. I was going to say that all lives matter will not matter until Black Lives Matter.
You were talking about you want change.
Yes.
What change do you hope comes out? Because there have been protests all across the country. What change do you hope this leads to?
I hope that police understand that Black people and every ethnicity should understand that we want change, that we want to treat people justly. We want the police to see Black people as not someone like a thug, like the president is saying. We want them to know that we're all equal, and that just because somebody on the street is Black, that he shouldn't be treated any differently than a white person. We hope that equality reigns supreme.
Someone got, tear gas. They sent a mist just a few minutes ago. Are you worried about that for yourself?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, we're just like small part, and just like I said, every person being here is taking a risk, and tear gas and things. And I've heard about the looters, and I don't know if that's the right thing to do, but we have to do something to show that our voices need to be heard, and that these protests, at the end of the day, we're sparking news, and people got news coverages like you guys, and we got people talking, and at the end of the day, we want change and we want equality for everyone.
Do you think the more people talk about it, the more that can happen?
I mean, I hope so. I really do, because at the end of the day, like I said, it's just about equality and we want change. And the system right now is just corrupt and it's really bad. So we're just trying to make the best of it right now. We're trying to protest and we're trying to get our voices heard. And like all these people, they're not here for nothing, right? We're here to make change. Of course. Can I get a picture with you guys? Is that okay?
And our security crew here on the ground said that, what he appears to see is that they are loading up tear gas. And we know within the last 30 or so minutes that officers did release some of that. And we saw some people rinsing their eyes out, trying to, crying, trying to get that out of their eyes. And things right now are relative, it's really calm. We have protesters here with signs up against this barrier. But I do want to add that this area people are not supposed to be in. There were barricades up that have since been pushed down and have pushed their way into this area. I just saw, it looks like now protesters are throwing water on the officers right now from where I can see right now, which is again behind the protesters. And it appears that officers may have stepped back just a little bit from where they previously were. We're hearing some chants now. I'll let you guys listen in. They're asking officers to take a knee. And across the country, we have seen protesters, chant this at officers, and officers in some situations have got down on the ground, and one officer, I believe it was a sheriff that I saw, actually started marching with them, said, all right, let's go, and join the protest as well. And it sounds like that might be what they're hoping for as well, but since I've been out here for the last few hours, none of these Park Police officers have done so. And again, just to remind you guys that this is a pandemic, there is a woman here with masks, handing masks out to people, as well as water, bananas, snacks, and it's just a reminder that we're in the middle of a pandemic, but a lot of these people are out here and are wearing masks. And just a heads up, we are wrapping up our online coverage in 2 minutes, and you can tune into our WSA 9 coverage that will start at 6:30. We have several crews here covering all angles of this that are going to be giving you the latest information. Again, 2 more minutes that we have on here as well. Let's see if we can talk with one more person. What message do you hope that people take away from this weekend?
Well, I just hope that everybody sees that together we can make a difference. If everybody just bands together instead of trying to push their own agendas, you know. See, everybody's out here, all colors, all races, doesn't matter. If we all just band together, we can really do something.
Are you hopeful that can continue into the future?
Definitely. I feel like maybe in 50 years we look back at this and this is what starts it all. You know, this is what starts the revolution. For far too long, you know, people have been being oppressed here in this country. Not just black people, you know, all races. And together we can beat the oppression.
When was the moment you realized that you needed to come out here?
I think a lot of people's breaking point was George Floyd, but to be honest, it's just something that's always just pissed me off. I hate seeing unfairness.
Well, thank you so much. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Not really, just I mean, go vote for Bernie in the primaries.
Again, we have 1 more minute until we are going to end our Facebook Live coverage, and we are going to have our 6:30 WSA 9 show, and we will have live team coverage out here continuing and picking up where we are, you know, stopping for Facebook Live. Here's where we're at right now. We are in Lafayette Square. We can see the police, Park Police have a line. Protesters are up against that barrier. The crowd has grown as the minutes go by. More and more people are coming up. Things have escalated at times, but for the most part, everything has been peaceful. And the escalation I'm referring to is throwing water bottles and other objects at officers. But that's what's happening right here. Again, we're going to wrap up this Facebook Live, and we will have our live coverage continue on WSA 9 at 6:30. So be sure to tune in. Colby Satterfield, WSA 9.
I swear to you. Stay here. Look, put your hands together for yourself and come out today. I want you to recognize one thing and one thing only. That we do things the right way. We do not ever get harmed. We're here with peace and solidarity. Peaceful protest! Look to your right. We have police officers right here. Not take anything. Why? Because we're peaceful. And that's what we represent as New York. Peace and love. If you're here with the wrong intention, no offense, well, you need to go. Because we don't need no bad energy here. It's all about making the difference and seeking justice. No justice! No peace! 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 What's his name? George Floyd! What do we want? Justice! What's his name? George Floyd! What do we want? Justice! What's his name? George Floyd! What do we want? Justice! What's his name? George Floyd! What do we want? Justice! New York, hold up. The media has painted us to be in a negative light. Enough is enough. 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 Let's get it started. Enough. Relax, relax. We're all here with one mic. One mic. One mic. There's one love here, right? So like I was telling you before, we're not going to stop until we get justice. But that does not mean we have to go about it violently. We're here together to show the community that we're together. We are each other's family. What we're doing today, this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to walk down to West 4th Street and we're going to protest there at 8 p.m. And watch this one, 8 p.m. So whatever you do,
because of the simple fact that they are not the same color, you would be on your knees. I am ashamed. We are human beings. People of color go in and they fight for this country. You can't get on your knees. Take a knee. 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 Never be revived. Racism. That's why that they were slave catchers, and nothing has fucking changed since. You should be ashamed of
Just type in Facebook, just type in northjersey.com, the page. So this is running live.
Take a knee! Take a knee! Take a knee! Stand up!
Okay, I just want to make sure that CBS isn't going to use this. Sorry. No, that's good enough for me. You have better communication. So it's by the first one. Right up to Yonkers, house kind of that's right by the racetrack.
Black lives matter. 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 White silence equals violence. 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 Don't shoot! Hands up! 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 Don't shoot!
I thought she was saying please.
Okay, I'm just going to switch the camera battery. Alright guys, I'm going to switch my battery. Hopefully you guys will stay with it. Hopefully that worked. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try to switch the battery one more time, maybe twice more. Hopefully see you in a couple minutes. All right. Okay, hopefully that worked. I got 46 minutes left on this one. Alright guys, apologize for the shaking ahead of time. I'm going to try to catch up with the protesters. I'm approaching 31st. They look like they're on 25th.
several things, those powder explosives, not sure what they were, but you were right. They threw them at police officers and then ran back, and that is kind of what has now created this distance between the two groups. So the tension remains there, both sides waiting to see what exactly is going to happen.
All right. Thank you, Leanne. We'll check back in with you. We hope things remain peaceful there. We want to bring our viewers some breaking news that Supervisor Janice Hahn just tweeting now, a county-wide curfew will be in place starting at 6 p.m. and lasting through 6 a.m. Residents should remain in their homes and only go out to seek medical care or go to an essential job. That is huge news. An entire county will be under curfew starting at 6. Essentially, if you live in this area, you have 2 hours to get home, and otherwise you could be arrested because you would be breaking curfew.
So we're going to continue to examine that situation. A lot of eyeballs right now in LA City and LA County, but also we want to direct your attention as well to Orange County, where there are protests underway. Tony Cabrera joins us right now from home to tell us what he's been able to find out. Tony?
David, Veronica, I've been keeping an eye on all the events happening across Orange County, but we want to talk about Huntington Beach specifically right now, as police have been working for some time at PCH and Main Street after they declared an unlawful assembly. And what's different about this protest, though, is that it seems that counter-protesters have showed up. So let's take a look at video from earlier today when hundreds of people were on the streets not too far from the pier there. Police say there aren't just two specific groups, though. They just say that tensions are high, and they've seen people who have been verbally arguing with each other. If you look on social media, though, you're able to see more insight as people question why protesters were in Santa Ana yesterday, where it's diverse, and instead they showed up to, they should go to conservative areas like Huntington Beach, they said. In preparation for the protests, businesses in Huntington Beach were boarded up, and at some point, the protests, they were peaceful, but then they turned tense with the arguing that was happening, hence police declaring an unlawful assembly. But people on Twitter questioned why this protest was shut down when the ones a couple of weeks ago weren't. I guess the difference you can say is that this protest had the counter-protesters showing up, the arguing going back and forth. The tension there was the reason why police say they had to shut this one down and declare it an unlawful assembly. Now, PCH is closed from Golden West to Beach Boulevard as police continue to try to disperse the people there. It has calmed down significantly since this video was shot, but people were arrested. We're not sure exactly how many. Police are talking about what their plan will be for the rest of the day. I've been in touch with the mayor and the police department about possibly a curfew, so we'll keep you posted on all of that. Live in Orange County, Tony Cabrera, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Thank you for the update, Tony. We want to direct your attention back to Santa Monica, where this is how quickly things move. It was just peaceful. Now it is. Let's go to Leanne Suter on the ground. That's her camera. Leanne?
Yeah, David, I just stepped out to the side. We just had the group throw a couple of large rocks at police here, and then they opened fire with the non-lethal. You can hear a couple going off here. They also fired a couple of smoke bombs here to kind of break up the crowd. See, can you see that? They're just throwing large projectiles now at the police on the front line. I just saw one officer take one kind of to her arm, to her chest there. Yeah, now they've started throwing things. That's going to change. This is going to change the dynamic of how things are going to work. There's an apple. I just saw somebody throw an apple. So yeah, this is going to turn quickly. You can hear the LAPD helicopter moving in. Oh, they're running now. You can see the crowd starting to back up even more. The police are not moving their line. They have not changed, but they are firing more of the non-lethal rounds towards the crowd, and especially firing off those smoke grenades. Baton rounds, thank you. So yeah, it's hard for me to see what's happening with the protesters on the other side because of that smoke. But yeah, let me show you. I'm gonna show the.
Where's Scott Reif in all of this?
I'm gonna come in here. I'll show you guys. I'm sorry, God. I was gonna show you guys this. This is an example of what they are throwing at the crowd. Rocks. I mean, these are pretty sizable rocks and certainly can cause some damage. As we know, an LAPD officer yesterday ended up with a fractured skull because a protester threw a brick hitting him in the head. So this is what they're facing here. What were you asking, David? Go ahead.
Well, a couple of questions. When we hear those blasts, are that from those less than lethals shooting into the crowd? Is that what we're hearing? Yeah, you're hearing less than lethals going off. So it depends what they're using.
So the rubber bullets, they tend to aim at the ground. They are not aimed directly at protesters. They aim them at the ground and they bounce up. The smoke bombs that they do, that's just in a diversion. But then there are pepper rounds that they will fire directly at the crowd. And I've not been able kind of to decipher which bang is what, but they have all of those things at their disposal, as well as beanbag rounds. But I've not seen many beanbag rounds being fired here, but I have seen some of the pepper balls that they use, as well as the rubber bullets.
All right, and yeah, if you are hit with those, it is extremely painful, even if it's ricocheting off the ground. They're shooting them into the crowd just to deter them and get them to turn and go away. They want to clear the streets, but this is also the moment when the curfew hits where there are those last few remaining protesters. Sometimes it's something else, but they want to make a statement. They want this confrontation to happen. The vast majority, though,
see, they're running now, yeah.
So
that's a good example right there.
Yeah, just right.
Yeah, so he's shooting from up above. You can see him firing the less lethal rounds into the crowd from up there, and that you can see how far they can go.
You were holding these last night.
So
they're almost like hockey pucks, right?
They aren't quite that big, but they look like really large. I would describe as a chestnut, a little larger than a very large chestnut, and they are solid rubber. I have had them in my pocket this morning still. I wish I had one to show you. And they really, if you do get hit with one of those, that is extremely painful. So that's another kind of yeah, they're very loud.
Is that like an M80 that we just saw blast?
Distraction. Yeah.
Who's that coming
from?
from?
M80 that they're throwing this way.
The protesters are throwing those big blasts.
That's coming from the protesters.
You're right.
Yes. They are the ones throwing the M80s and the fireworks towards police, yes.
Okay, and then
So anything with the sparklers and that kind of thing you see, those are the fireworks being thrown by protesters towards police, towards the line here.
Okay, so things have definitely escalated in Santa Monica. We anticipated that as soon as we saw that there was going to be a curfew at 4 o'clock. We knew that there will be some confrontations, as there have been throughout the last few days. This is the part where some of the more energetic protesters want to make a statement. They want a confrontation with police. And we've even stated this earlier today, and sometimes it's a badge of honor to get arrested protesting and making your point. And so this is the confrontation that a minority of people want with PD. They want a confrontation. And it's happening in Santa Monica right now. And it's starting to happen in other communities around Southern California.
Yeah, just like yesterday. Those fireworks, those M80s, you know, that could blow someone's hand off.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen the protesters using them. I mean, I heard them all throughout the evening last night in downtown Los Angeles, just hearing them go off. And it's a tactic that's being used to fire at those officers in retaliation to possibly the tear gas are being forced to move back here.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see, looks like the protesters.
David, I wanted to
go for it. Yes.
Oh, I was just going to jump in real quick. I just wanted to say I just spoke to Santa Monica PD. They said that they do know that the National Guard has been deployed to Santa Monica. They have been requested to come here. They do not know if they are in town yet, but I do know that they have been requested, and they should be on their way if they are not already here. So I'm not sure if we will see them arriving here at this location, but they are headed in this direction.
Okay, that's good information, Leanne. Thank you for that, because we were curious, and if we were to speculate how they're going to use the National Guard, it may be to put them in places like the 3rd Street Promenade, where we already saw looted and damaged. If they can clear the people out of that, that would be the perfect place to put the National Guard, just to make sure that they have a presence there and they can continue to protect structures, but not necessarily deal directly with crowds. The big question is, will they ever have to deal with some of these crowds that we're seeing, or will the police departments and sheriff's departments be the ones to handle that? That will be interesting. And as Hal Kempfer had pointed out earlier today, police departments, sheriff's departments, they are more trained and more prepared to handle these kinds of uprisings, and then the National Guard is better prepared to protect property.
David, you know, looking down further, I'm not sure, Leanne, if we can zoom in a little bit again to some of the protesters to the left of the screen there, but I saw some people look at you. They've got street barricades.
Running.
Well, now
Let's
they're
go back to
running.
Leanne. She could see. Leanne, your camera's pushed way in. There's a group of people really running now.
Yeah, that's because the police department fired some more non-lethal, less lethal rounds in that direction. Apparently did not like what was happening in that vicinity. Oh, they threw something again, I'm told. So yeah, it appears that every time the protesters throw something towards police, a return of those less lethal rounds occurs. And so it's kind of a back and forth volley between them with what they're throwing. So yeah, I see the officer firing. Every once in a while you'll see him firing.
And it's interesting to see that
and that's what gets them to run.
they're using the barricades and a street sign. A guy got a street sign, and he's using that to protect himself as they fire. There it is, right there.
Yeah, I see that guy in the middle there with the do not turn sign. Yeah, he's trying to protect themselves as they try to inch closer. But then as soon as the officers fire, I see him getting ready again. I see up here coming a couple more rounds. There they go. They duck every time that the officer fires.
Oh boy.
At this point, we have to remember this is an unlawful assembly. The curfew is already in place. So technically everybody here now is breaking the law.
I'm going to jump in for 1 second. If you can see the gentleman in the middle, the sign says wage love, I believe, on the back.
Right.
So it appears that he's going to serve or attempt to serve as a mediator. He was escorted over by one of the SWAT members, and they said, we are going to talk to them. So there's some fireworks
We
going
saw
on in
him
the
walk
crowd.
by your
So,
camera while you were behind
Yes.
the police line, and then we saw that gesture that he made to the police line. It looked like he was trying to tell them, I'm going to talk to them now, and that's what's happening. So there's some communication going on right here.
Yes.
Well, that's
so
a positive
it seems that he's
sign.
going to try to serve as mediator. Yeah, so hopefully that is a good sign. Gets them to hopefully move on, surrender. I'm not serving. He's attempting to be some kind of mediator here, trying to see what we can work out with the protesters that remain.
It's really hope that this just, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Nope, I was just going to say, I just see the officer in the SWAT vehicle. He has the best vantage point. He's up high. He is continuing to fire, and they're throwing a bunch of small fireworks I can hear going off in the crowd. That's why people are also running over there. So again, the police here continue to fire less lethal rounds towards them, again, trying to get them to break up. They, as you can see, they move up a little bit, or they back up a little bit, but then, give them a couple of minutes and they move forward again. They surge forward once again. So the police, if you've seen this entire time, they have not moved their line. That has remained steady. They have not moved an inch yet. So I don't know if they plan on advancing forward at some point, or they're just going to hold steady here and see if they can just ultimately wait out the crowd.
All right, Leanne, stand by.
We're going to keep your picture hot. We're going to watch this as it unfolds, but we're also going to bring in a Skype interview. Protesters, they've historically taken over freeways, but not many people know why.
So joining us live via Skype is Pastor Q. Jean-Marie, I hope I say that right, please correct me if not, from the Road Church. Pastor, thank you so much for joining us, because you provide some really fascinating information and history here. So you got a lot of attention for a tweet explaining to a reporter that the freeway represents, or what it represents. Can you tell us all about that?
Well, when we take the freeways, we know that the freeways represent redlining, right? It's what created segregated communities between the suburbs and what we call the ghetto or the hood. And so we know that during the 60s and 40s, black folks couldn't live in certain communities, so they built freeways to give access to white folks who wanted to move into the suburbs. We call that redlining because they would actually make land covenants between white residents, and they were forbidden by the FHA to actually sell houses to black folks. So that's why you have communities like Bel Air, and you have many communities in Los Angeles were segregated communities based on redlining and white flight. And that created conditions in the black community that you're seeing actually manifest today, as you're seeing the people on the street standing off with police.
It's a very symbolic gesture here that you're explaining. And, the initial demonstrators, they marched to the freeways peacefully, they blocked traffic, but as we've seen in the last 24 hours, it seems that their messages are getting lost in all of this violence. What are your thoughts on why this keeps happening?
Well, I would start with 2012, the violence that was inflicted on Trayvon Martin, right? I can go back to Emmett Till, but I'm not going to do that. The violence that was inflicted on Trayvon Martin, the violence that was inflicted on Sandra Bland, the violence that was inflicted on Waukesha Wilson. You saw the violence that was inflicted on George Floyd, right? Just recently, we've seen violence and violence and violence on black bodies. And so for black people, many black people, the violence that's occurring now pales compared to the lives of their loved ones that have been lost, right? And we're seeing that this has continued, and we know that it has a long history. Black folks have traumatic experiences with law enforcement because law enforcement actually derived out of slave catching mobs. And we saw that same type of mentality with Ahmaud Arbery, right, when he was attacked by a family, a mob of individuals who feel like they have the license to do whatever they want to black lives. I want to say this, Dr. King said, oppressed people cannot remain oppressed forever. The yearning for freedom eventually manifests itself. And that's what you're seeing today. So when we're seeing the violence, we're seeing the violence of our system. We glorify violence. We're always bragging about the Second Amendment. We're always funding police more than we fund any other resources and social infrastructure in our community. We fund the military more than we fund anything, right? 54% of LAPD's budget, 54% of our city's budget right now is going towards LAPD, and we've been fighting for that in the midst of a pandemic where we don't have housing. We are still going to give LAPD 54% of the budget, and we're going to cut all social services, right? So this is the militarism. This is what we want. This is what our society wants. This is what our society pays for. This is what our society believes is public safety.
Pastor, your church serves downtown LA, Skid Row. It's called the Church Without Walls, or the Street Church. So tell us about your mission.
Well, I've been pastoring at the streets of Skid Row for the past 13 years. In August, it'll be 14 years. We're called the Church Without Walls, in one of the forgotten and unseen black communities in Los Angeles. Yes, Skid Row is predominantly black. 65% of the folks in Skid Row are black folks. And we're the microcosm of every issue that we're dealing with in our city. We know that COVID-19 affected the black community more than everyone else. We know that 40% of the homeless population in Los Angeles is black, and we're only 9% of the population. We know that. Sorry about that. My phone started ringing, and we know that all the ills of our society, COVID-19 proved to us that all the ills of our society affects black people predominantly at a higher rate than everybody else. What you're seeing on the streets, though, is not just black people protesting. We know that in 1967, there were 163 uprisings. We don't call them riots, uprising in the nation because of police brutality. So when people see violence, they forget about the black life that caused that violence. George Floyd was the spark that is actually that caused folks to come out. Yesterday we led a march. We were the ones who led the march. We were expecting 3,000 people. Some say there were 20,000 people. Some say there were 10,000 people. I'm not sure how many people were out there, but what we saw yesterday is a totally different picture. In 1967, the crowd were mostly black folks, but now you're seeing people of all different ethnicities on the streets right now, because now they're using the spark George Floyd to say, hey, we got dreamers out here who are being murdered by this system, right? We have people, immigrants out here who have been murdered by the system. A 73-year-old man was killed in ICE custody. He committed suicide in ICE custody, right? We had 1.3 million people, working people who are at risk at being homeless before COVID-19 happened. We had 60,000 people who are houseless in the city of, in the county of Los Angeles. That's the violence. That's more violent than any violence that I'm seeing right now.
Pastor Q. Jean-Marie from the Road Church, we appreciate your time and your insight. We hope to hear from you again as this continues. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
We know this is a complicated issue, and we want to give you, the viewer, a chance to make your voice heard. So head to abc7.com to tell us why you protest if you so choose. Upload a video or a picture, write us a paragraph, and we want to share some of your responses on the air and online to make sure that these voices and your voices are heard and the message gets across as to why all of this is happening.
It's important to make sure that we let as many people be heard as possible in these really difficult and trying times. So we hope you participate in that opportunity. In the meantime, we continue to watch the unrest going on in Santa Monica. That's our ground camera there watching the situation. But also, we want to turn our attention to other communities like Beverly Hills that saw a great deal of damage and looting from last night. And Amy Powell has been watching this community. Their curfew is now in place. And what's going on, Amy?
Well, David, it appears from what we can see that most people are obeying the curfew. You see behind me a few people walking down the streets here, people coming out to take pictures. Some of them not aware, perhaps, that the curfew has started. Others just kind of curious to see what they can do. In fact, we actually had to tell a couple of people that there was a curfew in effect. But take a look over here. Because this is Rodeo Drive. We're standing across the street from the famous Tiffany's on the corner and all those expensive high-end shops. What's eerie here is to see that all these shops are being boarded up. The walkways, the windows, the expensive storefronts. And that is all because, as we know, last night, protesters and people who wanted to cause some problems surged into this area. They broke into at least one of the high-end clothing stores here, looted it. A number of windows were broken on shops and businesses. Graffiti was left on walls. So the community here is doing its best to prevent that from happening again. Now we're looking up and down Wilshire again, as far as we can see on Rodeo. All the shop windows, the doorways have been boarded up. The city of Beverly Hills, the mayor here saying he's not going to tolerate looting and vandalism in the city. We know this entire business district, this was shut down at 1 p.m. The streets all surrounding the business district has been barricaded. And again, now the entire city is under this curfew order. People disappearing from the streets here again. Most of the activity here from workers are trying to make sure everything is boarded up. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Amy. The National Guard is now on guard at City Hall in downtown as a citywide curfew is set to begin at 6 p.m. and it will last until 6 a.m. It was set to commence at 8 p.m., but the LA County Sheriff's Department, well, he moved that up, that timetable due to the unrest that we are seeing in Santa Monica. There was a peaceful protest there. It began in earnest until the looting began, and then groups began smashing windows in a shoe store, emptying the entire store into their cars. And with police occupied, the vandals walked around without fear of arrest. At 4 p.m., a 4 p.m. curfew, rather, is now underway for Santa Monica. Beverly Hills imposed 2 of its curfews on its own. The first one began at 1 p.m. for the city's business district, and it extends through 5:30 a.m. A curfew for the rest of the city began at 4 p.m.
Well, dramatic changes have taken place just in the last few minutes in Santa Monica. Take a look at this. We want to go to Chris Christie overhead, Air 7 HD, where the protesters are setting up what is some sort of a fort. Chris, what's going on?
David, this is a very tense standoff that is developing here right at the foot of the Santa Monica Pier. There is a strong line of Santa Monica police officers that are basically in a standoff with these protesters right here who are stealing doors from a construction site to form a blockade right there where PCH meets Ocean. So this is right in front of Lobster Restaurant at the foot of the Santa Monica Pier, and the Santa Monica Police Department is now firing rubber bullets at these protesters. We've seen a couple of them take direct hits. You can see the large crowd of protesters directly behind that barricade. And then if you take a look at that, I think is it an apartment building? I think it's a residential building, but I'm not exactly sure. On the right-hand side there, you can see the first floor is boarded up. It is an apartment building. And just a minute ago, a fire extinguisher was being sprayed from an upper floor window from that second floor. Somebody is in that building spraying a fire extinguisher. Then the fire extinguisher came flying out the window. So somebody inside that building is participating in this pandemonium. But pandemonium it is down there, as shots are currently being fired intermittently at these protesters and at these people who are forming this blockade. So what is, again, turning into a very tense standoff here at the foot of the Santa Monica Pier.
Chris, it looks as if a protester is telling them, get back, because there were a couple that defected and they were moving their blockade a little bit, but then somebody appears to kind of be taking the lead and saying, okay, stop. We are going to do this together. It seems like it's a little bit more organized now than it was earlier.
Not at all. This is not organized at all. There's somebody trying to take the lead. But this group right here behind, I'm talking about the group, that first line of protesters who are the ones that just formed that barricade. They're using construction barricades, and they're using stolen equipment and stolen doors, plywood from that construction site, which is right next to here. They have now formed a solid barricade and are, I mean, you're talking about a crowd, I would say at least 100 people, if not more, that are right there at the intersection. And again, just down the block, if we go ahead and pull out just a little bit, you can see the stance that the Santa Monica Police Department is taking here. They are taking this as aggressive action as they were trying to build that blockade. Those shots were being fired at those protesters who are forming that blockade, if you will.
Well, we do know that there's some sort of mediator in that crowd. We've been seeing him around trying to keep peace between the protesters and the police. And Leanne Suter, she's on the ground. And we want to hear your perspective, Leanne, because you've been watching this for the last couple hours. And it appears that this is kind of quickly evolving. What's your take?
Yeah, this is changing dramatically. You can definitely see how the crowd is feeling emboldened. They're building that huge barricade. You can see live over my shoulder that Chris was talking about. You can see them putting up all that plywood, all those doors, and they're trying to double it up here. And you can see a lot of these protesters that are literally walking out, kind of taunting the police to shoot them with these non-lethal rounds. There is a gentleman that was in the middle of that group, one we saw earlier. He's in a white T-shirt that said, I believe More Love was the back of it. And he has been trying to get the group to calm down and to he'd serve as mediator between the protesters and the police. But so far, it doesn't appear that he's succeeded. This group definitely appearing to be growing in their confidence, I would say. I want to see if you can see one other thing. Oh, now we can get a good shot of it. Can you see this, the canister there, the red canister? I was trying to say that they had used, Chris was talking about that they'd taken it from that fire extinguisher. They'd taken it from the building, that apartment complex, and they'd sprayed it towards the police. They then threw it through the crowd. We watched this huge fire extinguisher go flying through the crowd, landing in the street there. So this has taken a serious turn. So far, police have not changed their tactic. They remain here in the line, the skirmish line right here, and have not moved at all. But you can see those protesters really kind of building in strength and their confidence in trying to take on the police, it seems. One of the concerns for authorities is that they have a large group up on the high ground, as they call it. They're kind of up on that overlook. That is a big safety concern for police here. That is one of the reasons why they are not taking immediate action, because that puts them really at great risk, because they have those protesters kind of up above with a different vantage point. So that has put them at risk. The other concern the police were telling me is that there is another street that goes down kind of under the pier here, and that has not been shut off yet. And that gives protesters another route and another way to come in. I do know that more crews are headed in. I was told that more reinforcements are on the way. So I suspect this situation is probably going to take a turn shortly once we see more police and more crews arriving here I'm not sure when that's going to happen, but I was told that more reinforcements are headed this way. But watching them build this barricade has completely changed the dynamic and changed kind of their stance, the protester stance. You can tell that they feel like they are gaining some strength in this, you know, and kind of really standing up to the police more. So this standoff, I would say the tension here definitely escalating as this continues right here on Ocean Boulevard in Santa Monica.
Yeah, you could feel the tension just through your images from the ground. I was going to bring in Chris Christie into this conversation as well. So, Chris, you're watching from overhead. It does seem like that crowd is large now and getting more and more unified. The police have lost ground to this crowd since you got there. They've moved forward. What is backing up the police right now until those law enforcement reserves get there? Who's supporting that police line that we're seeing?
Well, that's a great question. To be honest with you, I only see that group of Santa Monica police officers. That skirmish line right there is really all that I see. You're talking about a couple of dozen officers, and that's basically about it. Behind them, I don't see a whole lot of backup. This has been a concern of mine all day when you consider the Santa Monica Police Department compared to the resources of the LAPD. There's a gap there. I'm sure that they have plans to bring in other reinforcements and perhaps at some point, like we've been talking about, even the National Guard if it's necessary. But in this case here, this is a standoff. They are taunting these police officers. They have lost a little ground. You see some folks coming in front of the barricade. It does look like there's a mediator trying to keep them behind the barricade, but this is all an unlawful assembly at this point, and nobody here is really acting orderly. They are not exceptionally violent, but they are clearly aggressive and taunting these police officers.
You know, it's interesting that
There comes another round of gas. Another round of gas shot right at the barricade, that's landing just a few feet in front there, and that's going to agitate that crowd once again as they continue to move back. That is going to definitely spread in their direction. The wind is kind of blowing towards that building. The wind is blowing the smoke towards the building, and some of that gas will start to reach that crowd there in just a second. Sure enough, there you see the crowd dispersing, the barricade falling, and the crowd starting to move back past the pier here.
Well, that'll hit you like a brick wall, that tear gas, as we saw Carlos yesterday. You just get even a bit of a whiff of it, and you can't open your eyes. You can hardly breathe. So, yeah, look at that barricade that they had, that makeshift barricade that they had created is completely down, and we imagine they'll just continue to fire off these canisters until they can get everybody to go away.
The interesting thing is we were watching that person who was the mediator that Leanne had pointed out. He was there. He was the one that was doing a fairly successful job of getting people out away from being in front of this barrier and getting them to get further back, which they were starting to do. But of course, when it comes to the police standpoint, the crowd was still too close. It's too large, so they fired the tear gas. But Chris, there are some folks that are still behind that barrier refusing to leave.
They're standing their ground, but they're also, some of them are fleeing to the park right next to, if we widen that just a little bit, there's a big park right to the left there. All of this, I should mention, is happening directly above the 10 freeway. This is the entrance to the McClure Tunnel right underneath where those Santa Monica police officers are standing. You can see that freeway traffic that would put you onto PCH there at the bottom of your screen. I'm curious what CHP is doing about that, especially considering the fact that that curfew is now in place here in Santa Monica. I see way too much traffic in this entire area, to be quite honest with you, considering there's a curfew. But all of this this entire standoff is taking place right above the freeway, just to give you an idea of where we are. Some of the crowd has scattered into that park. That's Tonga Park at the intersection of basically PCH and Ocean Avenue.
Yeah, and Chris, I mean, in theory, the entire county should be at home and not out of their homes until in about an hour and 20 minutes. Of course, we know that Santa Monica, they put their curfew in at 4 p.m., but in just an hour and a half or so, the entire county will be under lockdown and shut down.
All right, we have with us...
and worth noting, I was just going to say that crowd is basically coming right back to that blockade. That tear gas has basically evaporated, and now the crowd forming once again, standing their ground right there at the intersection.
All right, we are being joined now by Supervisor Janice Hahn on the phone, and thank you so much for joining us. Can you give us some clarification on what's happening with this curfew, its purpose, its goal?
We just announced that we will now have a county-wide curfew starting at 6 p.m. going to 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, which will cover the entire county of Los Angeles, all 88 cities and unincorporated area.
That's quite a remarkable statement there, Supervisor. Do you remember the last time this happened? And are they able to go out to walk their dogs? Can they go, I don't know, get food to eat?
To be honest with you, I don't remember. And I lived through the Watts riots, and I lived through the 92 uprising, and I don't remember a countywide curfew. We did this at the request of our sheriff's department. We know many cities were beginning to institute their own curfews. Santa Monica was doing one at 4. Los Angeles was doing one at 8. And I believe we decided to do a county-wide one to just align everybody and make it easier for all the police departments in different cities, as well as our county sheriffs, to basically clear our streets so that we don't see this violence and this public property destruction happening again tonight like we watched last night on TV.
Speaking of first time ever, when is the last time you've seen the National Guard have to be brought in to protect City Hall?
Right. Again, I know in 1965 there was some criticism that the National Guard weren't brought in soon enough. So, and I know I watched the National Guard, guarding some of those businesses last night that had been broken into and looted. This is so tragic on so many levels. Number one, it really feels like we're distracted from what this whole country should be outraged about, and that was the unlawful killing of George Floyd on camera. We should all remain vigilant to protesting that, but these looters and these agitators have distracted us. And the other thing that just breaks my heart is this was the weekend that, we were sort of coming out again. We were opening our retail businesses, our restaurants were starting to take reservations again for inside dining. People were starting to feel just a little bit like normal was happening, and we were throwing a lifeline to these businesses who were drowning because of the pandemic. This could not have come at a worse time. So now to shut down everybody again and tell everybody to go back home is unbelievable. I just can't believe it's happening.
Sir, we appreciate your time. We're going to cut now to our Leanne Suter on the ground in Santa Monica. Leanne.
Yeah, so they are making a move now. You can see they're inching forward. I'm going to have you guys watch here. They're moving the line up. We can see that all the officers on the front of the line have on their gas masks as they've been firing, or throwing, I should say, more of those hand gas grenades in that direction. They certainly have been targeting the crowd more with a lot of these non-lethal, less lethal means, trying to get them to back up. You can see that the barricades have been knocked down, so that whole wall that they had built with the plywood and those doors, that has been knocked down, and now they're trying to move in. So that makes me think that they must have their reinforcements in place in the other locations here to try to prevent the crowd from surging down underneath, let's say down onto PCH. Oh, somebody just throwing out. So somebody's inside this abandoned building. So that's an area of concern. That's where they were getting the plywood, I can see now. This abandoned building, and somebody's in there throwing a
stores are all emptied out.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like I woke up and I said, oh, jewelry stores, so now jewelry stores got hit. I think there is a real concern that this can spread
Okay, they're shooting at that
now to Montana Ave, to Main Street, all along Wilshire. But
pepper guns. They're shooting non-lethal at that open window, trying to get them.
Yeah, and let's hopefully we can get some images from the aerial perspective as well as you take us through this, so that people can see the scope, Leanne. There we go. Yeah, it's
so you can see what we're talking about. And look, you can see these rocks. This is what has been thrown at these officers standing on the very front. I mean, these are large rocks, as you just saw a moment ago. Several bottles, glass bottles, were thrown at police towards the front lines. So again, you can see the crowd backed up even more, except for a handful that remain right in front there. But the barricades, for the most part, have been knocked down. I'm unclear if they've gone into that building yet to try to clear out who may have been in there. They are definitely holding the line here, so I hear more units coming in, so I suspect their reinforcements may be coming in shortly.
Yeah, this crowd
Here
is
goes
really
another
thinned
tear
out.
gas one. Yeah.
Why don't we bring in
They just threw another tear gas toward the crowd.
So while this is going on, the crowd definitely has moved, and I don't know if they've thinned out or they've just spread out further down the street. Chris Christie has probably the best view of it. Chris, what's your perception of it? Uh-oh. I think that's
David, they've taken a large step back. They have dispersed a little bit. They're much more spread out. They've moved down an entire block south now compared to where they were earlier. The tear gas was fired, and that was enough to break down that blockade that they had formed with that makeshift barricade, those doors and plywood that they had set up, now laying flat, and the bulk of the protesters have moved about a block south and much more scattered compared to just a few minutes ago. It will be interesting to see if law enforcement advances on them. By the way, that contingent of officers near the bottom of your screen is indeed a combination of Santa Monica police officers, LA County Sheriff, and I'm told some LAPD officers assisting in this situation as well. But still, I only make out a couple of dozen of them in this shot right here. So they've got a Bearcat near the bottom of your screen.
They're about to move
They're
again.
prepared
I'm
for
going to throw
action.
this in, Chris. You can.
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw in, Chris.
Yeah,
they're about to move again. As you watch this continue, they're about to make their move. Oh, we're holding. Sorry.
Yeah. So they actually.
We're throwing more tear gas. Yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, it does look like they're preparing to creep up on them. I was just going to say, you know, Santa Monica's jurisdiction continues for about an additional mile south on Ocean Avenue. It will be, and then once you get past the intersection where they are now, you go south of the Santa Monica Pier, and much of that is residential, especially along Ocean, which you know, continues all the way down to Venice. A couple of blocks in would put you on Main Street, which is a whole other set of shopping and retail here in Santa Monica as it continues on southward. So we'll see if the crowd stays on Ocean. If they continue south, all of this is going to remain in Santa Monica's jurisdiction, and I would imagine they're going to want to prevent them from you know, entering private property. There's, again, a lot of residential apartment buildings and condominiums due south of where all of this is taking place.
As Leanne moves forward with the line, it's interesting to see the smoke and those canisters being thrown. They were thrown by law enforcement, and protesters are coming in and throwing them back at the officers. And you can also see the smoke kind of dissipating away from everyone because the wind is just moving it. So it appears that maybe that's not working. So many different ways that they're trying to get these people to move. But it does look like that they're moving.
It's been effective in moving the crowd. I think the big question, Chris, is where is the crowd going to go? Because we've seen them move throughout the afternoon, and then they reunify and set up another line. And is this a cat and mouse game that we're going to see continuing, as you said, through Santa Monica as it goes into other residential and other commercial areas? And is this something that's going to be an ongoing problem for Santa Monica?
Well, that's my concern. You know, this is a little bit different than the tactic that was being used yesterday by LAPD in near the Grove, where they were kind of boxing them in between intersections and doing their best to try and separate the masses and dividing the large groups to prevent them from merging. Of course, the more people you have, the more that mob mentality kind of takes over. And so what's happening now is that large group is continuing south. The Santa Monica Police Department is slowly advancing southward. They're trying to let that tear gas dissipate, and I imagine they're going to continue south.
So, Lorenzo, just in the past minute or two,
We've still been seeing this group of people with kneeling down, repeating, "Don't shoot." We also see something similar happening along this other side on H and 15. We're on H and 14th Street. And so the situation right now appears to be peaceful and under control. The unpredictable factors will be if we start getting any sort of small numbers of agitators deciding to
We must survive! We must resist! And we must protest! Your identity is your livelihood! Your faith is the essence! We're protected! We are being targeted in an age of surveillance! Your faith is of utmost importance! Fuck the police! Fuck the police! Fuck you!
line has pushed people back. We have walked with the police line down the streets of Broadway, multiple blocks, and this is where we are right now. And you see the police line is face to face with protesters. This crowd has grown. I can tell you it has grown as we've been out here, and the people really are face to face with the police line out here.
There's kind of like a little boulder.
This was filled with thousands of people on both sides, and he just came barreling down in this fully loaded 18-wheeler, probably 40, 50,000 pounds.
A chaotic scene here, Tom, in Minneapolis, and things have certainly calmed down, but there was a strong response afterwards. There were still hundreds of protesters along on the interstate after this accident happened, or this incident, and just a lot of confusion, Tom. And tonight we know that the driver, according to local authorities, was taken to the hospital and is under arrest, but we don't know what charges he's facing at this point. And it's still unclear if any of the protesters or demonstrators, who again were here peacefully, if they were injured in this. But we did see, my photographer and I, as we got on the scene, a black pickup truck that had several people in the bed, and they appeared to be trying to treat an injured woman in the bed of that truck. But I don't know if she was hit by the semi or if she was injured some other kind of way. But just a time of pure scene of chaos here in Minneapolis this evening.
Yeah, and it shows how dangerous the situation can become, even when a protest starts as peaceful as that one was. Marcus, I do want to talk about more about what appears to be an improvised explosive device found in an auto body store there in Minneapolis.
Yeah, we're hearing from authorities, from federal authorities, that there was a device found in an auto parts store here in Minneapolis that appeared to be some type of explosive. It did not detonate, but it was discovered, and the owners of the property where this device, this apparent device was found, did not know about it, or didn't know what it was. They didn't know what it was. And so we're hearing from authorities that perhaps this was some type of explosive device, but all of the elements that were a part of it remain a mystery at this point. We hope, Tom, to learn more from authorities as they continue their investigation, and we continue to follow the reaction to the events that have transpired here in Minneapolis.
An intense and a scary situation in a lot of ways there in Minneapolis. All right, Marcus, we thank you for that. I'm joined now by the mayor of St. Paul, Minnesota, Melvin Carter. And Mayor, thank you so much for spending the time and talking to us tonight. I know you're incredibly busy, and this is maybe one of the busiest times as mayor that you've seen so far. What can you tell us about that semi truck, and what's your understanding of what's happened tonight?
This is certainly a busy time for us and a really traumatic week, as obviously there's a lot of tension and rage over the video that we saw last week of Mr. George Floyd's killing. We were actually watching here from our emergency operations center. We saw that play out on the news as well, a very scary scene. We have more questions than answers at this point, but glad no one seems to be injured. Glad it seems not to have been the catastrophic catastrophic event that it could have been, and hopeful that cooler heads prevail on the night so that we can have a calmer night again.
We hope for that. Now, Mayor, for a third night, a curfew will be in effect tonight in the Twin Cities, including that National Guard presence on the street. Was the decision to bring in the Guard helping the situation, in your opinion?
Yes, I think the decision to bring in the Guard, we requested the Guard on Thursday, I think, in St. Paul when we first started seeing the destructive activity that we've seen. And again, I want to make a distinction between the peaceful protesters who want to speak loud and clear that Mr. Floyd should still be alive, that all 4 of those officers involved in his death ought to be held accountable, and that we have deep work to do as a country to change the course so we don't see this happening over and over and over again. The National Guard have been very helpful to help us secure spaces so that our officers can go engage, go help protect the rights of our protesters to peacefully protest while enforcing those kind of basic life, health, and safety expectations that we have in our community.
You know, Mayor, you corrected a statement you had made earlier this week, and that all of those arrested for violence, a majority of those arrested for violence in St. Paul, were out of state, saying you had received inaccurate information. I bring this up because of that news our Marcus Moore just reported on what appears to be an explosive device that did not go off. What are you hearing about how coordinated some of these more violent incidents have become?
You know, there really seems to be a group of folks here who are intent on breaking windows and starting fires and creating destruction in our community. And I'll tell you, whether they sleep in St. Paul or in Minnesota or somewhere out of town, one thing I know is that if you're for the destruction of our local businesses, if you're for the destruction of generationally owned restaurants, if you're for the destruction of community stores owned by immigrants and refugees, you're not from here. You're not a part of the community that I recognize as my community, and you must be an outsider because you're not driven by a passion for the well-being, the health and safety of this community and the children within it.
Mayor, finally, how can you express that anger, and what do you tell those in your community that do sort of want to have these demonstrations that at times turn violent?
I think that's one of the most important questions. You know, as we see this video, this gruesome and disgusting video of Mr. Floyd's killing, and know that that video doesn't stand alone, that it stands in a long line of videos that we've seen, of names that we've seen, of hashtags, of men that we've declared and demanded justice for. And frankly, that too often those demands have gone unanswered, as we see very few charges filed, as we see very few convictions brought against people who we all know have wrongfully taken Black lives. The anger is understandable. In some ways, the anger is the only human response. The question is, what are we going to do with it, right? And so in St. Paul, we're not asking people, we are asking people for peace, but I'm being very clear. We're not asking people for patience. And we're definitely not asking people for passivism. We're asking people to take the fire, take the energy, that nuclear energy that's consumed our country for the past week, and channel it towards not destructing our community, not being destructive towards our local businesses. But we have to destroy our systemic racism. We have to destroy those kind of inequities in our community. We have to destroy poverty and homelessness. And we certainly have seen that we have to destroy the legal, the technical. We have to destroy the court precedents, and definitely all of those kind of things written into police union contracts that make it so difficult to hold people accountable when Black lives are lost wrongfully.
Mayor Carter, we thank you for your time. You are preaching nonviolence, peace, but not patience. We hope you have a safe night tonight. We thank you for your time. The nation on edge again tonight. Curfews moved up. Philadelphia defaced and burned. Daytime looting today, already on lockdown. Well before the sun has gone down, police in 22 cities have arrested nearly 1,700 people since Thursday. And tonight, this message sprawled on the Lincoln Memorial, quote, "Y'all not tired yet." A phrase we've heard echoed, people tired of watching Black men being killed. ABC's Stephanie Ramos is in New York, where protesters are once again on the march.
Tonight in Minneapolis, protesters marching on a highway bridge when a tanker truck comes barreling toward the crowd. Police moving in with pepper spray. The driver arrested. In Philadelphia, chaos. A line of police cars vandalized, doused in gasoline and set ablaze. Fire crews racing to the scene just hours after nearby stores were looted in broad daylight. Demonstrations today from Indianapolis to Chicago to Austin, Texas, where some crowds squared off with police.
Here in New York City, this demonstration has been peaceful. Many of the people here telling me it's not about being violent, but sending a message to end inequality.
The focus should be peace. Come in peace. Say what you have to do. Say what you have to say. Black Lives Matter.
The National Guard now activated in 20 states and Washington, D.C. In Chicago, where trains and buses were halted, drawbridges raised after scenes like this overnight. For days, thousands have filled the streets calling for justice after the death of George Floyd. But overnight, across the country, city after city brought to its knees when peaceful protests gave way to violence by others with different intentions. In Indianapolis, gunfire breaking out, at least 2 people dead. In New York City, people protesting as others vandalize and set fire to police vehicles. This woman, seen in a video obtained by the Daily Mail, now facing federal charges after allegedly throwing a Molotov cocktail at a police car. Hundreds arrested. 2 police cruisers hit with objects driving through a barricade and into crowds of demonstrators in the streets. No one was seriously injured, but an investigation is now underway. In Seattle, AR-15 rifles stolen from the back of a police cruiser before a quick-thinking security officer stepped in to grab them. Police in Philadelphia using batons to push back crowds of people, more than a dozen officers injured. Across the city, cars overturned and in flames. Today, hundreds coming out in Grand Rapids, Michigan to clean up after a night of destruction. Eric Lachey says it came from a place of hurt.
It taints the message just because this destruction isn't what the people who are here peacefully were trying to communicate.
The mayors of St. Paul and Atlanta today calling for peace, not patience.
We need to get back to what the problem is, and that's the killing of unarmed Black people in America.
All right, Stephanie Ramos joins us now live from Manhattan, where a protest is ongoing. Stephanie, I know you've been marching about 60 blocks with those protesters. What's the mood on the ground right now?
Well, Tom, right now we are, as you mentioned, we are in downtown Manhattan, and you can see the demonstrators are here near the Supreme Court. You see officers here gathered as well. We've been marching with them throughout the day, many of them chanting messages of peace and marching in solidarity, really, across the city. We were on Fifth Avenue. The group headed toward Trump Tower, then headed to Times Square, and now all the way downtown. Now, one woman that I spoke with said she wants to see a change. She doesn't condone the violence that we've seen across the country, but she wants to see change, and she understands why people are so upset. She's marching here as well, and but for the most part, Tom, it has been peaceful across the city today here in New York City. Very different compared to what we saw overnight.
Much different. And Stephanie, I want to go back to your reporting on Philadelphia right now. We do have images coming in from Philadelphia. Police and firefighters surrounding a vehicle there that is on fire. They're trying to put it out. There seems to be a serious problem in Philadelphia right now. There was widespread looting and destruction last night through the morning, and then today during the day there was daytime looting. Do we know what the issue is there right now with some of those violent demonstrators, and why police can't seem to get a grasp of the situation?
Tom, officers seem to be having a hard time striking a balance between letting protesters march and also trying to stop the looting that's happening there. Residents are stunned in Philadelphia right now at how destructive things have gotten so quickly. The mayor says there is a curfew in place right now. He's urging people to stay home. That curfew in place until early tomorrow morning. And we have seen these images of violence in Philadelphia. Officers being thrown bricks, Molotov cocktails. It has gotten very violent there in the city. We do know that tonight the National Guard is expected to arrive to help law enforcement contain the situation there in Philly. Tom.
All right, Stephanie Ramos reporting from Lower Manhattan tonight for us. Stephanie, we thank you for that. We want to go to Los Angeles now. Mayor Eric Garcetti issuing an immediate curfew there in the middle of the day. That after days of unrest. Take a look at this. It's an LAPD kiosk in a popular shopping center. It's been set on fire. Now today, business owners and volunteers working to take back their city, cleaning up after nights of unrest. While confrontations continue in other neighborhoods. At this hour, ABC's Matt Gutman with the latest from Los Angeles.
Tonight, Beverly Hills boarded up. A daytime curfew in effect as Los Angeles reels from protests and spasms of looting sprawled across the city. Earlier, thousands marching peacefully.
Hands up, no shoot! Hands up, no shoot!
We walked in these demonstrations, stretching from downtown LA to Beverly Hills, 13 miles, some skirmishing at police blockades.
So they're starting to fire. Using shotguns. The fire would appear to be pellets or beanbags.
This man stepping into blasts of shotgun pellets to put out a burning police cruiser.
You were just putting out the fire. Why are you doing that?
But if it were to happen, I wouldn't be surprised if tear gas were used or a smoke grenade or something like that.
And some powerful images continue to pour in from Air Tracker 7. They've zoomed in once again on the police, but it's police, and then there's maybe 50, 100 yards, and then these protesters have basically stopped on the crosswalk of Clarkson and have been chanting, have been holding up their signs, but there has been no major movement, even as we continue to see more protesters now continue to move even further east.
I apologize if you're asking a question.
What are they saying in the loudspeaker sign?
I don't actually hear a loudspeaker right now. I hear the chants of the protesters. They seem to be inching a little bit forward, but as I'm watching, just line after line after line of police are coming into this specific area. It looks as though we have to move backwards because they are filling in this area right now. We're going to try and just be compliant with the police. There's this side of the fence, we're just going to keep moving back and stand in compliance with what the police need.
It is striking to see these officers as they move in in sort of militarized gear and see this sort of small army of officers prepared to defend Denver Police District 6. We don't want to see here what we've seen in some other parts of the country. We've seen in Minneapolis a police substation was set on fire. However, earlier we saw
they're keeping us moving. Yeah.
However, earlier we saw
I apologize. We're just getting instructions to move back.
Stay safe, be safe, do what you need to do. We saw earlier Ivan was at Denver Police Headquarters. The same group of people went right up to Denver Police Headquarters. It was very tense for a few moments, and then they said, this is peaceful, we sent our message, let's go back to the Capitol. I hope that's what is about to happen here where you are, Sloan. So we're keeping a close eye on that with you.
We're going to have Sloan continue to move to a safe location because we don't want him to be in any kind of line of fire situation at all. But as Air Tracker 7 was circling over the same exact police line on the other side of where Sloan was, one of the same individuals that was out at Denver Police Headquarters appeared to be pointing at protesters away from that police line. And then we did see them, as you can see that shot from Air Tracker 7, a lot of them continue to move to the east. Originally it was one block on Colfax, and now they are continuing to march down Colfax, but this is now the second time that we've seen protesters basically come face to face with Denver police in full riot gear with the backing of the Colorado National Guard, and nothing happened, which is what we're thankful for, and what honestly Denver police, when they tweeted out that they were thanking the protesters for coming out, ultimately they did add that they did have to make several arrests due to weapons, but the fact that this has stayed peaceful, even given the tense situations that we've seen so far, it is a very different story as we sit here now, 6:19 on Sunday, than we saw definitely at 6:19 on Saturday, Jackie.
We are approaching that curfew, though, so it will be interesting to see what happens over these next, hour and a half, next 90 minutes or so as we approach the curfew. We see a huge, sort of almost militarized police presence. You see there the Bearcat blocking off the street. You see the protesters moving around. Call me an optimist, but I'm hopeful that tonight these protesters are sending their message, and we are covering it. We're saying that these people are angry. These people want the message to be about social justice. They want it to be about police reform, about what happened to George Floyd and other black men that we have seen on video who have died at the hands of police. This protest, though, seems a little less
I guess, controlled than what we saw yesterday, as they just keep moving sort of from site to site, testing to see what there is going to be. So we are going to continue to follow this. We're going to continue to have live coverage online on our Denver 7 streaming apps, Roku, Amazon Fire. So we want you to go ahead and keep watching us on those. We're going to wrap this here right now, but we will continue to have live coverage online on our streaming devices, on your phone. Check us out there, and we'll have more on this throughout the evening as anything develops. Thanks so much for watching tonight.
All right, and thank you, all of you who have switched over. We have now officially gone off broadcast air on ABC Denver 7. We are continuing our live coverage of peaceful protests. This is day 4 now. As we see right now, this is a live look from Air Tracker 7. This is the intersection of Colfax and Clarkson near Denver Police District 6. This is one part of one of the protests that so far we have seen come face to face with lines of Denver police.
Maybe a little bit more assembled in another intersection. Very quiet down here.
Yeah, they're seeing if the police are going to push them further. If we want to get a view, we're going to have to go around. This is a little bit of peaceful. Yeah, we're going to move that way. Let me get a look here and then, okay, sitting in. Yeah. I got a clip of a guy get slammed to the ground and about 8 of the state police beating him. Yeah, while they arrested him, they threw him up on top of a car and like just dogpiled him afterwards. He was the one with the umbrella and the leaf blower, though. Like, he was asking for it by the looks of how he was acting, but it was violent.
Yeah, we were getting out there all the time. It was locked all the way. I saw this whole crew leaving.
South on the cliff. That seems to be almost the entire crowd. Staying together. South. I would have them maybe. It's tough because I don't know where they're going to move next. When they push them out, 5th Street is where they all are currently. I don't know where they're going. I'm not aware of that. This was the protest that went on this summer. This is not here on 5th Street. This one seems to be moving. It's hard to tell. empty parking lot over there, we got a lot more room if people start running. They're funneling here.
Yeah.
If we just cross the street and go near that like little parking booth there, we have a lot more room for people to run around us.
Thank you guys for being out here.
Just be quick when we cross the street here. To the sidewalk, no further.
Don't fall!
Get David.
We gotta stay together.
Oh, right there.
Right here, okay.
Make sure y'all tell this story right.
Watch the rooftops, everybody. Watch the rooftops.
Yeah, my name is Steve Smith. Stevesmith. Steve Smith.
I don't know.
No, I actually found out about it today on Facebook. I'm a local pastor here in the city of Gaston. So I just happened to see on Facebook where I saw some kids marching. So I told my wife, let's go home and put on some comfortable shoes and come and join the effort. I like to practice whatever we preach. We've been talking about unity during our services, virtual services. We've been talking about standing together. And so we just thought it was a good idea to come out here and join them, pray over them, make sure everything stay peaceful. And I was proud of our city, the way they conducted themselves today. New Destiny Christian Church. Yeah, we're in North Gaston. Yeah. Well, usually, that millennial age group sometimes is the hardest to reach. But I think because it hit so close to home and they really have felt the impact, especially dating back to February, what happened with the jogger in Atlanta, then this situation. So I think it just really got close to home. I was really glad to see the turnout as well, especially with this many young people coming out to support this cause. So that was a blessing.
One of the things you all mentioned today is talking about the police's presence. They actually gave out water to them, is that correct?
Yeah. We have a great relationship with police chief here, Chief Jaggers, a good friend of mine. Also the Sheriff Harton, a good friend of mine. So we have a good working relationship. I've done events with both the sheriff and the chief of police and the police captain here in the city. So it was good to see the officers out here handing out water today. So that speaks volumes to the leadership with the police department here in the city of Gaston.
Absolutely. There's been a lot of protests across the United States in the past couple of days.
Yes.
How important was it for you all to make sure that this remained a peaceful rally? Yeah,
after seeing all the damage and all the fires and all the looting, we know a lot of these kids here, a lot of them members of our church, frequent our church. We really wanted to come out here. My wife has been in prayer since we got out here, to come out here and just to pray, to make sure at least our presence is felt so that everything would remain peaceful. So that was important for us in light of all that's going on. They come out here to exercise their First Amendment right, but make sure they keep it peaceable. We want to keep a good relationship with the police officers and the police department in our city here. So that was important. That was my main reason for coming, to make sure that our presence can be felt and that we can maintain that good relationship with the police department here. We all know that what happened was hurtful. We're praying for George Floyd's family and all those that's been affected. But as you can see, we have as many Caucasians and Hispanics out here, more actually, than we do African Americans. So that's also a good sign moving forward that God is bringing about some healing and some unity in the city of Gaston.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you. This is my wife, Rita. She's been like this. She comes to pray. She's an intercessor at the church. And that's pretty much what she do wherever we go. Even on vacation, she's going to find her place to pray. So we just want to make sure nothing, like I said, got violent out here that resembles anything like what we've seen, so that the city will know that, we can do this peaceably. So when they plan another one, that erase some of the fears. So thank you guys for coming up and even getting some of the footage. All y'all together? All three of y'all?
There's like a stop button icon. But I'm live. I'm on Facebook right now. So if you want, you can share this one. You know what I mean? Like, because this is Facebook Live already from the station. So, and if you want, we can get you on and you can talk on Facebook Live or anything like that. Okay. Yeah, we're walking down towards the live right now.
Thank you for checking this out on Periscope and sharing it with your friends and followers. You're listening to Ed Fletcher.
Sorry, I can't hear you. That way?
Sacramento, California.
Thank you.
Thank you for checking this out on Periscope and sharing it with your friends and followers. You're listening to Ed Fletcher or Newsplex.
We're on Raleigh approaching Armory. Getting that? Are you hearing that? Oh yeah, you're not in that. They're over at the cathedral, over on Chestnut. So they're a block over that way. So I think they're trying to divert traffic right now and get people out of here as the crew's moving through. Are you on Unity now? You need to get on Unity now, okay? Yeah, that's right. You see that the Walgreens windows got all busted out.
Have you been down here before? Yeah. You can take me. Playing all day about what I'm Can you just take off the mask?
So the other crews
My name's Stephanie Jones, STEPHANIEJONES, but I go by Stephanie Marie. Okay. Yes.
Yes, I'm Shambrika Dozier, SHUNBRICA, Dozier, DOZIA.
She's shy. Her name is Chrisanne Curry, KRYSANCURRY. from a mother of a biracial child, from a woman with a black boyfriend that I live with, the injustice that we have encountered ourselves. We pulled her out of Glencoe from the racism that she encountered. I had to move out to Glencoe because of racism I dealt with Glencoe police, and that was only a few months back. So this was very personal for me. I'm originally from Phoenix, Arizona, but I moved to Selma, Alabama when I was younger, and that's where both of us are from, but we originate here now. So being from Phoenix and seeing the diversity down there, you don't really hear too much about bigger city problems as much. And I say that as because they're more acceptance. But you still do have those bigger city cops that do I can't speak right now because I'm so worked up. You do have those cops that misuse their badge, that don't uphold their oath, and that is a problem that we receive in the bigger cities. It's not racism from us that we're receiving it from our justice system as well. It's just not our neighbors, it's from everywhere. And from the fact that we can't even ride to the store, we can't walk to the store without being questioned where we're going. I didn't have a ride one night home from work, and I was just walking, minding my business, staying out of the road, and I get questioned. I get searched. I ask where I'm going. Why do I have to be a threat because I'm walking? Why do we have to be a threat because we're standing next to each other? Yeah. Why should we be judged because we're integrating? This is a diverse crowd. This is a young crowd. And we work really hard for everything that we have put together. Yes. We're just asking people for peace. You don't have to agree with us. Didn't we used to get told all the time by our parents, if you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all? So racism works the same way, and our police officers work the same way, especially from some of our police officers did have Facebook negativity towards us. Yeah. Mitchell James, our own police officer, asked me what could I ever know about racism. I must have learned my racism off of Facebook and TikTok. How can you tell me I don't know nothing about racism? How can you tell anybody they don't know nothing about racism? We all get it. She gets it. I get it. Asians, Hispanics. Let's talk about our Muslims. They're judged just for wearing the religious headband.
Looking at the crowd of people out there today, it is diverse as you mentioned. Is this what you expected?
Honestly, yeah. People are mad. We're angry.
And can I say something? It's not our generation that has a problem with each other. It's not us that have a problem with going to school together, being around each other. But when our parents of generational curses, is what I call it, of wanting us to not like each other, dislike each other, or call them few, we're like, what? We don't want to teach that to our children. And just like she said, her child being young, I have now, a black son. You think I want to raise my son up in something like this? No. I don't want to have a fear to have to walk on the floors praying, hoping that my son make it home because of the color of his skin.
Yes, telling them don't listen to this, telling them not to go out at night, telling them to stay in light, stay by people. Don't yell.
Why? Why should they have to be terrified to go for a run, a walk? Why do I have
to change ourselves, period, because somebody doesn't like us? If you don't like us, look the other way. If you don't like what we say on Facebook, block it. Facebook does have a hide from timeline, but
justice for one is justice for all. Justice for one is justice for all. United we stand, we fall.
And now is the time we need more than just the community to speak up. We need our officials to speak up. We need our Congress, our office, our members of chamber. We need everybody to stop being scared and speak up of losing a job or losing friends. You know how many jobs I lost for speaking my mind? You know how many friends? My own grandfather told me if I was arrested tonight,
What crossed
He
your
has nothing to do with
What for
it. My family disowned me for having a biracial child. You think that stops me? No, that motivates me to go harder. Because even being raised to be racist, you don't have to listen to your parents. Yeah, they know. They believe they know right and wrong. I'm sorry, as a child, you know what's right and wrong as well, too. Call your own parents out. Call your own grandparents out. How many people are still alive from the Birmingham incident? How many people are Congress that voted on slavery and are still there and have family coming into Congress to back that? Get them out.
We're going to change our vote.
Yeah.
We're going to change our vote. We're going to get all those people out of it. We got to get them out of office. Got to. People can't be scared of one person. 2 people can't be scared of one person. One person with a gun, a taser, a baton, handcuffs, body cam, car cam. What are you scared of? And you have evidence. Video evidence. That's what the police use to protect themselves. So why doesn't our video evidence protect us? Come on. So because we listen to the phone, it doesn't count. These major companies need to speak up. We are what made you guys show up. Everyone's mad at these buildings burning down. Do I agree with it fully? No. But when these are our businesses, the same black people, the same white people, the same low-class people, everybody's just mad at the police. It's not just the police. How many store owners call the police on us? How many store owners contradict our police coming out there? Just think about what they say to the police to get them to come out there so aggressive. Just imagine that. So we really just think it's our police officers, or do we want to point the finger at some of these businesses as well? Some of our neighbors as well. For black children gathering in the street playing basketball. For the Green Pasture group event last night that was broken up. What did the police come out there with?
Shotguns. Everybody was peaceful. No drinking, no drugs. Nobody was walking the streets. Everybody was in their car, staying out towards the park. And what happens? The police come out. They interrogate, they investigate, they walk up and down the street.
Should we go across?
And then, of course, young kids are scared. They disperse. We had one person go up the street, and yes, we don't understand why this young person decided to make a shot in the air. That was very uncalled for, especially with everything we're working hard. Don't give in to these people. But they came back with shotguns. These are kids. There's a picture going around on the media of a little girl being maced by police. Do they forget that these are children? That they suffer, that they don't know how to endure this pain. They don't know how to deal with this. My daughter told me 20,000 times walking, Mom, I'm scared. Mom, I don't want to go. Mom, I don't want to be shot. Why does she need to say that? Why does she need to think that? That shouldn't be in a child's mind.
But this is America.
And exactly, this is America, and this is our reality. And it's time for change. My own boyfriend was scared to be here. Nobody wants to let our anger get the best of us. But what do you expect out of us when we've done nothing but be peaceful?
People have the right to be angry. People have the right to be heard. They have the right to be heard as well. What happens when you keep getting told to hush, be quiet, don't say anything, your voice doesn't matter? What do you think people will do?
Okay, hi everyone, it's Antoinette with MultiStream. Walking with the protesters right now. This is the 3rd day of protests throughout Hampton Roads. I'm going to turn the camera around so that you can see. Right now everyone just took a knee for a few minutes and they're continuing to walk along Atlantic Avenue here, and we're doing our best to keep up. But right now everyone is just chanting. They're calling for change. This is the 3rd day of demonstration over the death of George Floyd. George Floyd, of course, the Minneapolis man who died in police custody after an officer kneeled on his neck for nearly 9 minutes. Okay, we're gonna just let the protesters talk here.
I think that's
Rocky, where are we going?
Police! No justice! Police! No justice! Police! No justice! Police! Fucking racist! Police! No justice! Police!
Get to the side? Yeah.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
All right.
George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd!
Okay. All right, hi everyone. Antoinette here with News 3. Right now, we are in the middle of a protest. It's a peaceful protest over the death of George Floyd. We are walking along Atlantic Avenue. And right now, the police are doing their best to block off the streets for these protesters so that everything remains orderly, everyone stays safe. But right now, they don't really know how far down Atlantic that they're going. So it's just kind of, they're doing their best to keep up with protesters. I'm going to turn the camera around again.
Some of the protesters are still throwing fireworks and throwing smoke.
trying to block their view so the officers won't know where to go. But the officers are going to go around the barricades, obviously. But I noticed that some of the officers were moving quickly, and I could tell whoever's in charge was telling them to back up. Stay in formation. Stay in one line. Let's not break ranks. We've got to work together as one unit as we continue to move forward. Because as soon as you separate some of those officers, which I saw happen once in Los Angeles, it puts the officers' lives in danger if they get caught up with the protesters. If they're still moving methodically down the street, I'm sure they're going to breach those barriers very quickly or go around them and continue to move down the street towards those protesters.
Ron, I'm so curious, when they do get to the barrier, what tactical decisions would be made to get beyond the fencing and the porta potties and the things that have been built up as that barrier between the protesters and the police force?
I would think, just based upon what I'm seeing, I would do just what the protesters did. I would just form my men and women to the side, have them go around the barrier, and then continue to march on. And just maybe use the armored vehicles to be able to penetrate through there. And that's what they're doing. It looks like that's what they're doing, is they're going to use the armored vehicles. But I would have my forces, obviously I'm not there, but I would have my guys and gals to go around it to continue to push on, and then use those armored vehicles to actually penetrate through the barriers or to help clear it out. And it appears that from this vantage point, that's what they're doing. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, interesting to see. You see Skyview there kind of lit up as the sun's going down. It's getting dark, and I know that's part of the reason for the curfew, wanting to clear the streets before it gets dark and get people home. And while many people have left, I don't know, there's many dozen that are still there. So these two perspectives from two of our cameras, we have a number of crews there. As we're counting down the minutes, now under 3 minutes to curfew. You can see on the right side there, just beyond Skyview, there had been a construction site, and that's where the protesters were pulling materials from the construction site to make the barrier. So you've got a police presence there, you've got the National Guard. Again, we're under 3 minutes to the curfew, but we had already seen police start to make their move, walking down the street to start to clear some of those protesters. I think in their minds, we are now under curfew, even though we're 2 minutes away, Ron.
Yeah, you know, the other thing too, I think is going to be challenging all night long, unfortunately, for these law enforcement officers, and that is the protesters are very mobile. So even though strategically you can push them out of one geographical area, if they have vehicles nearby, they can hop in those and they can move to different hot spots and cause trouble somewhere else. And we saw that the first night, where after the attack on CNN, on their headquarters, they were able to finally maintain some control, get them out of that area, even though they needed a lot more reinforcement than they had. But then we start seeing things pop up at Lenox Square Mall. We saw things happen at Phipps Mall. We saw things happening in different parts of Metro Atlanta. So as they get them out of this area, they're still going to have to strategically think, how am I going to deal with the hot spots as they happen, as they pop up in different parts of Metro Atlanta? And I believe that's why the governor said, we can't just have 500 troops. I can't just give you 1,500. I'm going to give you 3,000 National Guardsmen, men and women, to help you fight this issue.
As you're talking, Ron, we saw a number of people starting to run, reacting to some noise, and then kind of coming back. But there is a lot of smoke filling the street now, right in front of Skyview, right there on Andrew Young International Boulevard. That is that area right where those barricades are. And I can't even see through the smoke to see the barricades, so that would be the same from the police, who would be looking in the other direction. It causes a lot of confusion, and we are 30 seconds away now from the start of the curfew in the city of Atlanta.
And you know, the other thing you have to think about, if I'm an officer or if I'm the command officer on the other side of that smoke, if someone has a weapon on the other side of the smoke, if there's an agitator who has a weapon, I can't see them. I can't see them firing into the crowd, or firing at my officers. So that's why those officers do everything they can as quickly as possible to get that smoke out of the way, so that they can have a clear view of the people in front of them. Hopefully there's no one who is thinking like that I'm going to fire at the officers through the smoke, but the officers are thinking that. I need to get this out of the way so I can see where the threat is in front of me.
Yeah, and Ron, as we have this shot of the Waffle House, we can see the windows, the doors all boarded up there. That after Friday night where the damage was done out there. We've kind of lost that loo right there. But that is where we have seen it. It is now 9 o'clock, a few seconds after, and so the curfew is in place here in the city of Atlanta. And as you can see, still quite a number of people still out there along Andrew Young International Boulevard in downtown Atlanta. Does not appear as if people are necessarily heading for the exits, although we are seeing I don't see any smoke in the distance there. If there is, it's a small amount, but we are seeing some of the folks running. But again, when we do see people run, it seems people run and then they slowly make their way back to their original positions, and that appears to be some of what we're seeing.
Yeah. And from the number of vantage points we have from, I think, 3 different crews on the ground and also the helicopter, it is really important to note that the group you're seeing now is very small, comparatively speaking, to what we have seen over the last couple hours. Through 5 and 6 and 7 o'clock hours, there were easily thousands of people in the city of Atlanta peacefully marching. Some were lying on the street in quiet protest. This is a very small group compared to what we have seen throughout the course of the evening leading up to what we are now in that curfew. This sort of is maybe that group wanting to make the last stand against the police and National Guard that are in place, Ron.
Yeah, I believe so. And you know, just based upon what Governor Kemp said last night, that he's going to extend this out, you know, making sure that he has his National Guardsmen out there for the next week. I really believe that the state and the city, they have enough intelligence or information rather, that tells them that this may be a problem for days to come. Hopefully it's not, but it could be a problem for days to come. And ladies, I've been monitoring what's been taking place all over the country from different networks, you know, whether it's in Chicago, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Minneapolis, obviously, and it seems like this is going to be a continuous thing for days to come. And I believe that this is what the state and the city is anticipating and preparing for as well.
Interesting, as you're talking, Ron, really quickly, Ron, I just wanted to mention something. As you were talking, I've just noticed more and more of them are starting to kneel on the street there, holding signs up, just sort of staking a position, maybe anticipating police walking towards them. But I just wanted to make that observation. I see a group of them here that are now kneeling on the street, holding signs up, just kind of and staying put.
And that's against the backdrop of the flashing lights that we're seeing in the background, and that's not even, you know, the traffic lights are there as well, but we're seeing the flashing lights in the distance from law enforcement as they could possibly be moving closer and closer to this area where it seems as if we have a significant amount of protesters. Again, it does seem that some of them, from some of the other views that we have shown you, have moved away, have dispersed in some form, but this does seem to be a group that wants to be here for quite some time. And again, we are just about 4 minutes after the curfew going into effect here in the city of Atlanta, and this group does remain. And so we'll have to kind of wait and see what happens with law enforcement now that the curfew is in place.
And if you're just joining us, we're looking at Centennial Olympic Park Drive, right at Andrew Young Boulevard, right there near Skyview. This is where this kind of standoff is taking place. Ron?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, we don't know this. APD's not going to tell us this. But usually in situations like this, when there is a large crowd, the anticipation of any type of violence, you have undercover officers there as well who are amongst the protesters, who are trying to give information back to some of the command center, letting them know who the specific ringleader is or ringleaders are. and or what the tone is, what the conversation is, what the strategy may be amongst the protesters there, and how they need to negotiate that situation. So even though we see a lot of folks there in civilian attire, you may have one or two undercover officers who are working on the other side there, trying to feed information to the command center to help them in their strategy in moving forward.
And again, this looks like the same shot, but it does look like the people have moved a little bit closer to whatever might be their skirmish line, Ron. It does seem like they're kind of grouping up underneath those traffic signals there. And again, you can see as it gets darker and darker out, you can see those flashing lights from the law enforcement vehicles that we had shown you earlier from the opposite side with the location where our reporters were. Cheryl, Ron, I'm not sure if y'all can see, but does that appear to be the police? Maybe on the other side of the intersection there? I'm not quite sure if that line of officers has gotten closer, if that's them.
I know it's kind of difficult, but it appears that they have shields and they're standing there as well. Is that what you're seeing, Cheryl?
Yeah, to me, that's what it looks like. It looks like the officers with the shields, and then the vehicles, the armored vehicles behind them with the National Guard behind them, like almost as a second layer. And at this point, it seems like a fairly equal number of officers per protesters on the other side of that intersection.
Yeah.
And then we know also as well that the National Guard is back there as well. Maybe not right behind them, but we do know that there was a significant number of National Guard troops that were back behind that as well.
Yeah, it just seems like there's a little standoff here. But I don't believe the police are just standing there just to be standing there. Everything they do is intentional. It could be that they're buying time to get reinforcements to come from another angle. I mean, I have no idea, but they're not just standing there for no reason. And the other thing that we're missing, obviously, is if someone from the police department has a bullhorn who is communicating with them saying the curfew is in full effect, it is zero tolerance, go home. They could be giving them orders like that too. Those are the elements that we're missing right now, because obviously we had to get our crews out of there for their safety. But that could be the conversation right now.
And that is what we understand was happening in previous nights, Ron, when we did have some folks out there later into the evening that they were issuing those commands. So that is likely what we are kind of seeing. Again, there doesn't seem to be too much action in terms of those who are still out there remaining, moving away or trying to leave at this point. And so it does pretty much seem to be a standoff right now.
Last night, Atlanta police made 157 arrests, and Chief Shields said in a press conference today that they were ready to make arrests as needed, and her thought was they needed to do that for the safety of everyone involved, for protesters, for police, and also to prevent further damage in the city as well. So 157 arrests last night.
We're seeing them run off again.
Yep, now they're starting to run again.
What happened, if something was thrown or if there was... Not sure, but that did look to be a significant portion of the people that were gathered right there that just took off and ran down the road there. But again, what we have seen is
just like a
go
wave,
run and come back.
Like a wave in the sea, they just go right back. Yeah. They go right back. So,
Ron, from your experience in law enforcement, at what point do officers make a move towards arrest? Because as of 8 minutes ago,
they're moving now. I'm sorry, Cheryl, but it appears that they're moving right now.
Okay.
I can't really tell, but I thought they're moving right now. But everything is based upon what the command center determines and what whoever is the supervisor there on the skirmish line.
All right, let's go to Brendan, who's right in front of this line. Brendan, I'm glad to have your street perspective. Tell us what you're seeing and what you know.
Yeah, okay, here right now we have the Georgia National Guard. We're going to widen out here. Let me get out of the frame so you can see. I'm sorry it's hard to hear me because I've got my gas mask on because they just fired off gas. For a while, I was the only one out here with a gas mask and could actually stand here. What we have right now is the Georgia National Guard with their shields out, and then you have, let me move the bass for just a second. What you have is the Georgia National Guard standing there with their shields out, and then you've got two men right now who are basically in a standoff with them with their hands up. there's another cordon of police that are down Centennial Olympic Park Boulevard, and they are pushing back the other protesters. So now there's basically two lines. Let me put the mask back on. There's still a little bit of gas in the air. It's got a little, not just a little stinging. Hopefully you can still hear me. But here's what you have. We're not in the thick of it. We're back a little bit. But you've got this line, and this is if you know where the tabernacle is, okay, that was fireworks. Don't be too shocked by that. It's just fireworks set off by the protesters. Right now there's no gas other than a little residual in the air. Every time one of those goes off, everybody starts running. So right now, though, the National Guard is not advancing. What they're doing, let me just step back in here for a second. What they're doing is just holding a line right here. All they're doing is holding a line. And they're trying to keep this area secure. This is the area that leads up to the CNN Center, is that way. Just to orient you, the blue light you see on me right now is from the Ferris wheel. That's where we are. Everybody knows that location. Only a few protesters left. Others are running into the city toward the Westin and the America's Mart area right now. At this point, though, we're not seeing any more skirmishes. Okay, Charles, can you see this over here? We got some armored vehicles with the National Guard that are now advancing. So you have the National Guard advancing. It looks like they're going to break this line right now because they're going to move. They're moving this way, Charles. We're safe. We're out of it.
I was going to ask you, Brendan, this is Ron Jones. I was just going to ask you, I see that you have a gas mask on, and I can see the troops, moving. How difficult is it for you to breathe and operate with that gas mask on?
It's hard. I mean, you're laboring through, this is a HEPA filter, multiple layers of it. This one has been with me through the Iraq War. I wore it in Kuwait in 2003 during the invasion. That's when I first got this gas mask. Then also in Iraq. That was when Scud missiles with chemical weapons were being fired on Kuwait City. I also wore this in Ferguson. So we've got, sorry, we just got some protesters that are trying to get in the camera, which is fine. So,
well, hold on a minute here, Brendan. We're being told that this is near Centennial Park. Is this where this is? What we're looking at right now, Diana?
Yeah, Atlanta police
Centennial
are now
and Andrew
marching
Young
up the
International.
street.
You can see that the police are moving the protesters through along, and they're using gas at the same time.
Are you with me? Can you guys still hear me?
We can hear you, Brendan.
All right, if you guys are still with me, good. Sorry about that. This is Lucky Street. You can see the Waffle House there in the distance. The National Guard is pushing that line forward. This is exactly the same thing that happened last night. Exact same way, same direction and everything. Now look, I'm going to pull the mask back just a little further. Go ahead. Sorry.
Keep going, Brendan.
Okay, sorry,
we can hear you.
I just heard you guys interrupted. I apologize. Okay, good. Sorry, folks. Look, I'm going to pull the mask back for just a second. It's got like a little bit of a burn or a crispness to it. It's a very distinct smell. If you've ever been in one of these situations, it burns the eyes, the throat. Right now, it's dissipated enough that I can take the mask back. You can see the National Guard troops are still wearing their masks, so it's very possible that gas will be deployed. And you can see they're regrouping to form a new line right here. Again, we are safe where we are. Not trying to talk about my decades of experience here, but I've been doing 3 decades of protests and demonstrations like this. I feel very comfortable with where we are. We're actually behind the police line, totally safe here. Here they are regrouping. Apologize for the change in the shot. They're coming your way over here, Charles. And I will tell you, you're talking about trying to breathe through that mask. You're trying to breathe through, imagine trying to take like the filter from your HVAC system and trying to breathe through it while running with a whole bunch of equipment on your back. The other thing is, I don't know what gas they're using. This is my first experience with this gas where it burns the skin as well as the eyes and the throat. Once I got the mask on, we were fine. The way these masks are designed, you actually put the mask over your face and then pull the strap back. So the second I saw gas coming around the corner, I had the mask over my face and I didn't get any, but some other folks right next to me were overcome. I mean, it's instantaneous. There's no resisting it. You have to give in to the gas at that point. It's involuntary at that point. Okay, so here again, let's just regroup and tell you what we're looking at. This is Lucky Street. Here, sorry about that, Charles. I'm going to walk around just to show you what we're looking at. This is Lucky Street right here. Ted's Montana Grill is up there at the end of the street. And then you got the Tabernacle right here. They have been pretty much leaving us alone. Once they see our media credentials, I did have a weapon pointed at me with a flashlight, but the minute they saw our media credentials, they looked away. We are exempt from the curfew so that we can actually bring you this information and keep the public informed. Guys, any questions from what you're seeing back there? Or what we're looking at is through a straw. You can see the big picture.
What commands are you hearing? It looks like that's the captain or whoever's in charge, the squad leader. What is he saying to the troops here as they're lining up? What is he yelling to them?
Yeah, that's a good question. So what we have, looks like we have MPs, that would be their MOS, their military operational specialty. These are National Guard troops, so this isn't regular Army. The Commander-in-Chief of the Georgia National Guard is the governor. Governor Kemp is the Commander-in-Chief of the National Guard, not the President. So these are troops under state orders. They are also your neighbors and your co-workers. These are citizen soldiers. They have regular jobs like you and me, and they have been called into service. So what they have is your standard command structure. So you're going to have the NCOs, the non-commissioned officers. Those are your sergeants. And then they're going to be commanding platoons. And they're also going to have above them officers. The officers and also the senior enlisted, which is the non-commissioned officers, are barking out orders. What they're saying is to hold the line. They're telling them where to hold the line, but at this point, they're not facing any resistance down Lucky Street. So at this point, this is just sort of a safety backstop. What's the real line is down here, and I don't know if you can walk with me. Can you walk with me, Charles? See if we can walk together. I'm going to take the mask off for just a minute and reload it, get it ready to deploy. Let me put my earpiece back. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so Charles is walking through Charles Holmes, photojournalist. We have we're at the back of the line. You've got the National Guard soldiers off to camera. And then there seems to be some white shirts.
People who are tearing it down, saying he wants it down. The police have moved. I'm not sure where they went, but they have moved. Again, I'm not sure where they went, but they are no longer.
State Patrol and SWAT vehicles that are holding.
Other guy climbing the monument. Oh, he didn't make it. Oh, he's gonna try again.
Did y'all come to protest or demonstrate? Did y'all come to protest or demonstrate?
Okay, he has climbed up on the rope.
This is a protest.
Did you see where the police moved? No, I didn't. Okay, I was asking one of my colleagues if she saw where the police had moved, where they were over there. She did not see them, so. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I see blue lights at the corner of the park, but I'm not sure where they are. Uh-oh. Somebody is. Guys, we gotta move. They are taking the spot where we're standing for what? So I gotta move. They're taking the spot where we were standing for rocks. Let's see if you can see it. And so I obviously cannot stand there if they're taking it for rocks, so I need to move. But let me just flip you around one more time. I was going to give you all a little more information, but I'm just going to let you watch for a moment.
You ain't got to hurt nobody. You ain't got to burn shit down. But shit like this, it needs to come down.
We got another bullhorn. I believe it is Birmingham activist Frank Matthews. I can't be sure because I've not seen his face, but I think it is Frank Matthews.
Everybody, I need your eyes on that goddamn statue. If them bitch start tripping, you got to put the fuck out the way.
Jermaine Bunnyman Johnson's making sure we all know to move if it starts to fall. So.
Hey, where that big old boy at? I All big men to the front. And if you weigh over 200, get your ass over here.
If you weigh 200 pounds, get to the front. So.
Come on, big boys. Grab some weight, big boys. Come on, big boys.
So they're getting all the people that weigh over 200 pounds to get on the rope. That seems to be the plan at the moment. If you are a person that weighs over 200 pounds, you are directed to go to the rope. There's a lot of people on this rope. Okay, that is Birmingham activist Frank Matthews on the megaphone right there. I don't know if y'all can hear me, but that is Frank. So.
Get this motherfucker shit down! We are the police. We are the monument removal police.
I don't see that it's moving.
Come on, we need some more manpower.
It's not bending any, so they're calling for more manpower.
Come on, we need some more manpower.
People are flocking to go over there.
We need some manpower. It's some Supergirl power. There's some Supergirl out here. We need some manpower. Come on, let's grab that damn rope.
You can see the rope.
I'm fixing before I ain't gonna fall the hell out of here. I'm loving this. I've been waiting on this for 33 years. Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth wanted it down, and I asked him, I said, Reverend Shuttlesworth, when y'all done take it down on your court case? He said, Frank, if we had tried to get that monument down, we wouldn't have been talking to you. They would have killed us that day. Well, they can't kill nobody today. They can't kill Shuttlesworth today. They can't kill Abraham Wolf today.
Yeah, just a look at this monument. It's massive.
They're our leaders.
They're
our leaders.
Grab me and shove me and threaten me. Yeah. Bunch of they put a big barricade in front of me. They want them showing faces and threatening me.
I'm still mad at you, but I'll forgive you. Get a hold of that rope.
Hey man, somebody take this big ass goddamn rock. There was no room.
Is that a part of the monument?
Somebody go get this thing.
So these are some of the rocks again that they took kind of from where this area where I was standing that they're using to chip it.
Social media talking now. They said you got them sons of the Confederacy on the way down.
Alright, we got some hammers, some tire irons, tire irons, a rope, a shovel. There's a sword, it looks like. I'm not sure where the sword came from, but there is a sword involved. They're trying to inch that rope higher, and if I'm not a physicist, but I'm guessing they think if they get it at the skinniest part of the monument, in the tallest part of the monument, that would be the most vulnerable spot. Again, I'm not a scientist, but that would be I think that's what they're thinking, is all I'm saying.
Who got a truck?
They're trying to find a truck, I guess, to hook the rope up to. I'm not positive. Haven't gotten the reasoning behind that yet. Let's move. Okay, guys. We are still here. You can see people are still chipping away at the monument. They've tried the rope situation to try to tie a rope around it and have people over 200 pounds get and pull the rope and try to pull it down. That's yet to work. So they've been chipping away small parts. Y'all tell me if it's about following me. They've been chipping away small parts of the monument with swords, tire irons, screwdrivers, rocks, several other things. So you can see there's small portions that are chipping off and it's kind of coming through the air. But there's been no big pieces come off of it yet and it has not fallen. So right now they're trying to get a truck to pull it down. And this is again the Confederate Monument in Lynn Park here in downtown Birmingham. Gonna flip you around so you can keep an eye on that more. I just want to update y'all every little bit because we know we have people just joining us. So that's what we're dealing with. So let me flip you.
Hey, yo, who knows how to make a human pyramid?
Alright, human pyramid is the next. Alright, they're trying to raise the rope is what I'm hearing. And and it's still got another probably 2 stories to go. I don't know where the cops are. Somebody asked me that earlier. They were just across the street at Park Place, but they are no longer there. I don't know where they are. Ooh, there's stuff flying through the air. Yeah. Somehow some of this is kind of coming to our faces. Oh, we got some bigger pieces coming off. If you can see in that corner there, the guy in the plaid shirt, he is on the right of your screen. He's got some bigger pieces coming off. This is all spray painted now, guys. This is, again, the rope.
She's wigging it down. She turned into a wiki. She turned into a wiki-licky.
There's somebody up there moving the rope higher. Again, I'm assuming they're trying to get the skinniest point there. Yes, I'm going to keep y'all live. Don't worry. I've got you. As long as I'm here, I will be live. Just y'all tell me if this thing starts falling on me and I'm facing the camera and I don't see it, okay? Yeah, cops have not started this, or not stopped this, excuse me.
I want y'all to understand that there's another Confederate monument over here too. That's not the only one. The one they got over there talking about industrial man, that is Charles Lee, okay? But right back here, you got Charles Lee. See that statue right there?
No, there's no police. No, there's no National Guard. I forget who asked that. I didn't see your name, but no, none of those people are here. Police had been on the outside, but I don't see them anymore. I'm not sure why they're holding up this piece of plywood. I'm not really sure. Another guy climbing the monument. There are people holding up these. I don't know why they're holding it up. I don't know. Uh-oh, there comes some more spray paint up there.
That ain't the one. No, that's a front piece. That's Confederate.
We got some people out here pointing the difference in some of the monuments out here. Frank's telling people which are Confederate monuments and which are not. Again, some of our reporters can probably give you some good links. I know I covered the lawsuit that put up this wooden barrier that was here before. If somebody could link those stories, one of my colleagues, that would be wonderful. That would give you a little bit more history on this. Hopefully one of my colleagues can do that for me. I'm not sure what that's saying. It says F12. And then some of the ones down here, I'm not exactly sure what they say or what they mean, to be honest. This is in Lynn Park in downtown Birmingham. It looks like we've got people now going to another monument.
There's some Nazi swastikas on the front of the steps of this building.
Frank seems to be enticing people to do vandalize or tear down some other things. I didn't really catch that, to be totally honest, because I was focused on this.
Hey, I got a yellow and black phone somebody dropped.
Hey, that's mine. That's me. That's me.
We got you, G. We got you. Got you, G. All right, guys. Keep your face covered.
Okay, somebody's telling them to keep their faces covered, so maybe that's why they have the plywood. I'm not positive. Yeah, it looks like they're saying cover their faces, but I think everybody had already seen their faces before they even put the wood up, so I'm not sure about that. And again, if this is going to continue this way, we might be here a while. I'm not sure the plan, other than whew. Excuse me, guys. Somebody's walking by with, I think, sage. It might make me cough. She's walking around saging the air. I believe that's sage. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure what Funny Mane is. I'm going to go look. Let's go look. Oh, here he is. He's right here.
There's a Confederate. Get him down, 3 Mile 1. Get him down, Michael Brown. Get him down, Michael Brown. Get him down, Michael Brown. Get him down.
Okay, again, they're taking hammers and chipping little parts away. I don't really want to get any closer because it kind of got knocked. Like, it can get in your eyes, so I'm not going to get any closer than kind of where I am now. But the little particles of that material are kind of flying around. Oh, I'm going to go check. Somebody's banging. Okay, we're going to walk from this monument to one over here where people have taken rocks and they're banging it against a, I guess, cast iron statue. There's another Confederate monument. A lot of people seem to be leaving the big monument in the middle of the park and going to this one over here on the side of the park. It looks like they're trying to tear this one down as well. And again, it is, sorry guys, I got my Apple Watch on. And then again, I think they're trying to tear this one down again with the rope. I believe it's cast iron. I could be wrong about my materials. But I'm not sure if it's good light over there, but we're going to show you anyway. No, doesn't look like anybody's been arrested out here. I'm not sure who said that. There's no sort of police presence over here. Let me see if I can get with one of my media friends who's got a light, because I do not have a big, powerful light like some of them do. So I'm going to get with some of my media friends. Okay, that's one of my media friends that they are kind of jumping on.
Just leave, man. Get out of here, my guy. You gotta go, my guy. We not doing no done.
Looks like they're really trying to get all this media out of here. They're telling us to leave. I'm going to stay at the moment, but oh my. I'm not sure if y'all can see that, but pieces of this cast iron statue are literally coming down.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't know if y'all can see this. I don't know if y'all saw what was happening, but some of my colleagues in television, some of them have been sitting here and they had a fabric holding in front of their cameras. So I'm going to stick in solidarity with them, guys. That's not cool. So we're all going to stick together media-wise. But it looks like somebody has a truck now, and they're going to try to tie the rope on the truck, or tie the rope to the statue and then to the truck and pull it down that way. So this is not like an industrial truck. It looks like just a small two-door truck. So I'm going to do that. Again, I'm going to stick with some of my media friends that was getting really kind of, people were kind of jumping on. So we're going to stay up here and watch this. All right, so again, this is like a two-door truck, half cab truck. Thank you so much. I saw some of my colleagues link to some of those stories that had all of our information about the monument, the plywood that was put around it and everything like that. So I appreciate y'all linking, my colleagues doing that for me. So I appreciate y'all giving the information. I'm sorry, y'all. I was a little frazzled because I was trying to read some of my text to make sure that we got those stories up. So I don't know where the police are, y'all. A couple of y'all have asked me that. I don't see them anywhere. And there were cars, and I saw their lights, but I don't see them anymore, so I don't know where they are. But I don't see any. Here's that truck I was telling you about. The half cab, 2-door truck. I think it's a Chevy. I think it's a little bit of an older Chevy. I think.
Across the way, so I can get a call.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm heading over that way.
You gonna stay over there?
Long shot.
Okay. All right. Be safe.
You too.
You come back over here? Okay. All right. Be safe. Scream out if you need me. I was just talking to some of my media colleagues. There were some people that were running against the media with scarves and blankets. I guess not wanting us to show this. But so I was just making sure that one of my colleagues was safe. He's going across the way to show you a different angle over there.
Join in, but
I'm going to stay right here where I am. I think I feel the safest right here.
Giving the places
we're going to see if this truck is going to pull it. Now again,
to meet up.
There's some 2x4s or some sort of size wood. They're tying rope around, and then they're attaching it to a truck. I just wanted to keep you updated on exactly what is happening. I'll flip you around in just a second to see if this is going to work. I'm not sure if it is, but we're about to find out. So, again, I don't see any police here. There is no really law enforcement or anything like that out here. So, we're just going to see what happens here.
What a chain is.
Got some of our people with megaphones again. Jermaine Funny Mane Johnson was kind of the one leading this. And he is, I'm not sure exactly where he is. Frank Matthews is also kind of leading it now. He's got a megaphone. I'm not sure. I'm looking. There's a lot of people here, though, y'all. Just having to help each other up here, guys. We're kind of on a platform, so we're just helping each other climb up and down. That's what we do here. So this is the truck they're trying to use to pull it down. This is the determination here. Not sure if you can hear one of my colleagues who was saying this shows the determination, and you see that half cab truck. The Chevy truck, and then here is the monument. It's got a rope around it. It's probably a 2 to 3 story monument. It's there. Now, do you see where those people further away are on the other side of the road? That's where the police had been. They are not there anymore, but it is where they had been. Again, they're gone. Okay, here goes the truck, and people are holding the rope. People don't seem to be moving from that area, so if it falls that way, there's still people over there. So we're going to see how this happens. I'm sorry that the light's kind of bad, y'all. They wouldn't let any of our media lights go on. This is a pretty heavy monument, though, guys. Let's remember that. Somebody was saging. I know if I start coughing, y'all, it's because that sage.
Have you seen police anywhere?
No, I have not. No, police have gone, or they're not visible.
Some of my other colleagues here are keeping covering this just to make sure if there are police.
Ooh, let me change my grip, guys. My hands are. All right, there's Jermaine Funny Mane.
Just got word. All our brothers and sisters that was protesting in Hoover tonight, they leaving that shit. They on the way.
I don't know if you heard him, but he said everybody from Hoover is coming this way. There are a lot of protesters in Hoover, but now they are headed this way. Hoover's about a 20-minute drive from here, so we'll see how long it takes them to get here. There were some arrests today in Hoover, by the way. Our reporter Trish Crane is out there and should have the latest from you.
Okay, like a bigger camera.
No, I know. I wish. You can see that person is still chipping away with the hammer, chipping little portions away. Now, this statue was erected by the Daughters of the Confederacy. All that information is in our comments somewhere. We have a link to it. Jermaine is telling everybody to get back.
And everybody that's on Facebook Live, tell somebody to bring a goddamn ladder down here.
They're still chipping away at those little corners. Gonna stay here. But you can see everybody's kind of cleared out of the area where I'm standing. There's really nobody standing here anymore. I'm not sure.
Tell the people on your Facebook Live we need some goddamn ladders.
Sorry, I was trying to collect my thoughts a little bit. It doesn't, I thought they were moving the truck. They moved it a little bit, but I don't know if that was maybe just get the rope taut. But it is now, I'm not sure when exactly they're going to move this rope. I don't know if you can tell, but there's some people down there trying to attach that rope to the trailer hitch, of that truck.
We need pry bars. Tell your Facebook Live we need pry bars.
I'm not sure what else to say, guys, other than that's what's happening here. Looks like we've got somebody from an EMS. I'm not sure which EMS out here, but I don't see any other police or any other figures of authority. Okay, well, actually I see some blue lights that are coming over by City Hall. I don't know if you can see it. I don't think you can.
I need about 15 to 20 men over in this other statue. I need about 15 to 20 men
okay.
in this other statue over here.
Now they're trying to tear down another statue on the other side that I brought you earlier when those kind of people ran up to us with the blankets. They're going to try to take that one down in the meantime while other people are getting the rope attached to this one. At least that's my general understanding of what's happening. It's kind of crazy, y'all. All right. While it looks like we've got, whoa, I'm stepping on my own cord. Hold on, guys. Oh, it's in the holly bush. Uh-oh. Okay, I got my cord.
So you see this truck.
This is where we are. My name is Ivana. We're here for AO.com in Birmingham, downtown Birmingham. We're at Lynn Park, which is the middle park between City Hall and the courthouse. And there's a Confederate monument here. It's been the source of a lot of litigation over the past few years. There have been, after a lot of litigation, there were plywood boxes put up around the base of the statue. Let me see if I can show you right around that base so you couldn't see the actual things that were on the, like the inscriptions or any of the symbols or anything like that. So those plywood boxes are obviously gone. The bottom part of the monument has been spray painted and sharpied and things like that. Not sure if you can tell that because it's getting dark, obviously, but that is happening there. The top of that monument has a rope on it. It's about 2 to 3 feet high. It has a rope. Okay, another Confederate monument was just torn down. Again, another Confederate monument was just torn down on the other side of the park. I'm not sure what that monument was. Do you know? No, we don't know what that monument was.
Whatever his first name was.
Lynn. Okay, it was of the person that the park is named after. And there's a flame over there. I'm going to just flip y'all so you can see it. And that is kind of the focus at the moment because everybody else, they've tied this rope to this truck. Let me jump down here, guys. Oh, and I don't know what the plan is after that, to be honest. I know they're going to try to pull it with the truck, but I'm not sure what they're waiting on for that. But this other monument came down, and so we're going to go see it. I heard it crash. Y'all probably did too. It was a pretty loud crash because it was cast iron. So it was pretty loud, but we're going to go see it. I smell smoke, so I'm not sure if there's a fire or what is happening here. Yep, there's a fire.
Woo! Keep on there, keep down. One more to go. 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 One more to go.
I don't know if y'all can see that fire. Oh, there's somebody on top of the platform where the statue was.
I mean, this is my little sister, Judith May. We got her from Africa. And I don't want her to grow up in a fucking world where she has to fear for her life.
I don't know if you heard him, but he was saying his little sister is from Africa and he doesn't want her to have to fear for her life. That's what he was saying if you couldn't hear.
No racist!
he's gonna, Oh, I'm not sure what just happened.
The plaque.
Oh, they're throwing away the plaque. I'm gonna show y'all that. You okay? Yeah. Just trying to check on all my media people. If you hear me saying, "Are you okay?" I was asking my colleagues in media. Okay, they've broken the plaque, but the inscription.
Let's clean up a little bit.
And they're putting it in the trash can here.
I'm sorry. It doesn't need. They don't need to show. We do it for ourselves, you know.
Okay, they just threw away the plaque. These are pieces of a plaque. I don't know if you can see there. If you can see that inscription there, that is the plaque. I'm not gonna reach in there and grab it because I don't want to get cut my hands. But that plaque is in the trash can. That plaque was over here at the monument, and I'm so sorry, y'all, to say I'm not sure exactly what that monument was. I know it was Confederate. I believe it was of the person who Lynn Park is named after. One of my colleagues can help us there. But if you're familiar with Lynn Park, okay, I'm in the middle. And then there's the courthouse. There's City Hall. Sorry, I'm moving the camera fast. Sorry for getting seasick on me. And then right in front of me is the monument. The one that they just tore down is slightly, if I'm facing 20th Street and facing Park Place, the one they just, and my back is towards Boutwell, the one they just tore down was to the right of where I am now and to the right of the main monument, not the left. Okay. Let's see. All right, so that plaque is in the trash can. That monument is down. I'm not sure. I think people are like stepping on parts of it. To be honest, I can't tell. There's no light over there, but we're gonna go see if we can. Let's see if we can tell. It's completely in pieces, but again, it's dark, so you might not be able to see. But I'm gonna try. Okay, so that was the platform where the statue was. People are now taking pictures on top. You can see, I don't know if y'all can see because it's dark, but they're taking pictures on top of that statue. See, that's the feet of the statue, and people are taking pictures on top of it. Whew. Okay, I'm going to walk back towards the center. I'm going to walk back towards the center of the park here and towards the monument. I know we've been going live for a while now, guys. I'm aware of that. But I just want to keep you updated and show you everything that's going on. Quickly recap, we've got one monument down of the person that Lynn Park is named after. I'm sorry, I don't know the name of that monument. Let me turn you around. And then this big monument behind me, if I can figure out, let's see, this one like right here, that big monument behind me is the main Confederate monument in Lynn Park that people are trying to tear down. There has been several attempts at this. Now people took tire irons, they took screwdrivers, hammers, shovels, trowels, which is like a small shovel if you're not a gardener, different things like that to try to chip away at parts of it. I believe that statue, by the way, was Charles Lynn. That was what a colleague of mine told me. But again, they were taking tire irons, pickaxes, screwdrivers, shovels, trowels, anything with the, I saw a sword at one point. And then people even destroyed part of a platform sidewalk, kind of where I was sitting. I hate to say sidewalk, but it was like a platform bench situation that was made of stone. People started pulling it apart, and they got the stone and just started beating the monument with it and chipping away at the monument. So that's where we are. There is also a big rope that is wrapped around that monument. It's a blue rope, so if I get back over there, you can see it. And that blue rope is wrapped around that monument and tied to a 2-door half cab red pickup truck. Now, I think the plan it's tied to the trailer hitch. So I can only guess that the plan is for the truck to drive off and try to pull the monument. Not sure if that's going to work. I don't think anybody's sure, but they are going to try it, and they're willing to try it. One other thing is Jermaine Funny Johnson is the person who is leading this whole effort, and he has said on his megaphone earlier that everybody that was in Hoover protesting in the city of Hoover, where several people have been arrested today and last night, that they are headed this way to help pull down this statue. Excuse me, I gotta change hands. Hands getting sore. So that's what's happening. There's a lot of people out here. I've got my mask on because we are still in the middle of a pandemic. There are a lot of people out here with masks on. A lot of people that have masks just pulled down under their chins. So that's where we're at. If you have questions, please let me know. My name is Ivana. If you can like say my name or something in the comments, or just keep commenting if I don't see it, because they kind of go really quickly on my screen, and I'm trying to keep y'all informed. There's somebody with some sort of flame that's really bright red. I don't know if you can see it. I'll flip you around in a second. There's some more. I'm not actually sure what's going on, to be honest, at this point. I think they're trying to move the rope up the monument with that shovel. Okay, they're warning me where I am to move in case the monument falls. I don't really want to be under it if it falls. I don't know about you, but I really don't want to be. Ooh, I don't want to be close to that flame either. So I'm going to move, and I'm not really sure what the plan is, but I'll flip you around and we'll watch it together. Oh, I kind of want to get over there, guys. But I'm also not sure if that's a very good idea. Okay, I'm going to do it anyway, so. Gotta go quickly so I don't get hit. I'm not trying. Oh, sorry guys, I had to crawl up here. I'm tall, but I'm not tall to get up on this thing. Okay, there goes some shovels that I was showing you earlier. I don't know where police are. Y'all keep asking me that. They were over there. If you see where those trees start, there was a line of police there. If you go back to the beginning of this video, there was a whole line of police, but they're not there anymore. They left a while back, and they haven't come back. I don't know where they are, so sorry I can't tell you that. Okay, there's some more. Since I took you to that other statue of Charles Lynn, there are more ropes and more, I cannot think of the name of that instrument, but the things that you have on a truck that you like tie things down with, just some type of tie, essentially. There's ropes, there's ties, everything. There's about 3 or 4 more since I left and walked over there to now. They've also got it hooked to a chain to that truck. Calling me? I don't know why. Sorry, guys. I probably...
Go back! Further! Go back! Go back! Go back! Go back!
Come on, let's go.
Further!
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go back. Okay. Well, I'll go that way too, Steven. I'm trying to stick together kind of with our media family here. But they told me to move from where I was, which is good enough reason for me to move. So I'm going to come over here and move because I don't need that followed on me. I'm strong, guys, but I ain't that strong. So let me flip you back. I'm going to try to find something to stand on. Okay, he wants us to go back further. And to be honest, I'm going to listen to him and go back further because I ain't trying to get this thing to fall on me. But while I'm walking, let me tell you, some of these other 2 statues that kind of flank the Confederate ones says justice for EJ. If you remember EJ Bradford, was killed by Hoover police several years ago at the River Chase Galleria.
All my engineer majors, how does it look?
Let me flip y'all. Sorry, y'all are kind of seeing this unfold as I do, so. All right, see this big clear area? I guess they're assuming it falls forward. I'm not really a good scientist. I'm not going to tell you if it's going to, which direction it would fall. But you can see it's attached to that truck. I don't know whose truck that is.
10, 9,
oh God, they're counting down.
7, 6, 5.
All right, we're gonna see if they're about to do it. 3, 2, 1.
Hold that shit down.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
okay. I think the rope. Oh, the rope broke. Okay, that was first attempt. The rope broke. Okay, the chain situation did not work. So, trying to respond to everybody that's texting me. I have some of my colleagues asking where I am so we can all get together. Sorry guys, if you saw me, I was just trying to text my colleagues and tell them where I am because we were trying to stick together because we did have an issue earlier where protesters were not wanting us here. So we've been trying to stick together. So I've got one of my colleagues next to me. I'm waiting on another one to show up. I'm not sure where she went. Okay, it looks like they're going to as they're retrying to put the ropes on, they are also keeping with the hammers, the tire irons, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to climb up here, guys. Oh. Okay, I climbed up on the side. Somebody says that people skip physics class. To be honest, I did too.
It's got steel rebar in it. They're going to take it down. They would need a jackhammer and a bulldozer.
Somebody next to me said that there's steel rebar in the middle and that this truck is not going to take it down. I'm
an architect.
Oh, he's an architect. Okay, so he is more apt to speak on that than me. What do you need usually to take steel rebar down, sir?
I think there's steel in it.
Uh-huh.
And that's what's supporting it.
Okay.
Keeping it intact.
Right.
Years. So
and that's what the stone is built around?
Usually it's got reinforcing in it.
Okay.
So probably that's what it's got in it.
Right.
It's not just a piece of concrete that's
okay.
monolith. So more than likely it's got steel in it.
Rebar in it, got it.
It would be difficult to take down.
Yeah, do you think any sort of truck could take it down? Do you think any sort of truck could take something with steel rebar in it down?
It can be taken down, but not with what they're
Got it. Got it. Thank you, sir. Got an architect giving me a little bit of a lesson here in physics that I desperately need. He was helping me out saying that he believes there's still rebar in it and that a truck like this is not going to be able to pull it down. He said he did voice his support for it coming down. He did not give me his name, but his architect that was helping me with some of this physics situation because that's not my side of the brain. You can see all of the Sharpie and spray paint and everything on this part of a statue. It says a lot of things. I'm not honestly sure. I can't really read that far away, to be honest. But there's spray painted words on that. Like I said, the chain's going to break before the car does. Chain fell off. It didn't break. It fell off, and then the rope fell off. And they're trying to reattach it now. I'm not sure.
Just be careful. They kind of pushed the train a little bit earlier. I told Tyler to take myself out. Make sure you stay with Tyler, and I'm going to watch that film too.
Thank you.
You can see now they've got, I think it's a sledgehammer that is being taken to this. There's a ladder involved now. I'm not sure the point of the ladder. Let's switch. Oh gosh. Sorry. I'm trying to switch with somebody so we don't all fall off of this wall. Alright, what's the plan at this point? I think I'll be turning around here. You'll tell me if something's about to fall on me. I think the plan at this point is they're going to try the truck idea again. I think they're going to, let's see if I can move it over there. I think they're going to try to retie the ropes, re-get the chain on there that fell off, and try again to pull it down with that truck. if you heard a minute ago, Anna, if you heard a minute ago, the architect was standing here telling me that he believes there's steel rebar in it and that will not be able to be pulled down by a truck like this. It's like a half cab, 2-door truck. That's what he told me. Obviously, he did not build it, so I don't know what's going to happen, but we're going to watch. I'm standing here. I'm not going to get any closer that way because if it does fall, I don't want it to fall on me or anybody else here. So I'm going to stay right here. I'm trying to make sure all my colleagues are by me. I'm being a mama hen and making sure, but they're all here too. So I'm going to flip y'all back around so you can see it. You can see some of the spray paint and some of the Sharpie and all that kind of stuff on several of these. Be careful. And yeah, so I'm just going to flip you around and show you. I might have to somebody hold my camera for a second, guys, while I get some water. So while we're waiting on that truck situation to be fixed, I put those cable ties back up there. It's not cable ties, but the ties back up there. They're continuing to spray paint it. They're continuing to hit it with a hammer, things like that. Somebody asked about the music in the background. I'm not sure. Somebody's, I guess, got their own speaker and they're doing it. People are sharing spray paint now. There's several. Okay, that is not, I believe, a Confederate statue. He's writing albinos are white. I'm not sure if it's albinos or something. I don't know if she ran out of paint. Oh, she's coming back. White supremacist. White supremacist. Okay. What does that mean? Okay. Okay. Apparently they were writing albinos are white supremacists. I'm not sure what that means. A woman next to me said she didn't know what that means either. So, okay, there are people moving now. I'm not sure what's happening. Oh, the mayor's here. All right, we're going. I'm running, guys, trying to get there. He got here. Shoot. All right, guys, I don't think I can get y'all any closer. This is the mayor. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear him. Asking us to back up. Can y'all see the mayor? Try. He's got a... Oh, it's me. There we go. Sorry, guys, I was split.
One mic.
I mean, that was a good I truly understand the passion, the anger, and the frustration y'all have. I understand the frustration and the anger that you have. I understand it's directed at something that's systemic as a statue. And I understand the reason and the purpose you're out here. And the truth is this. A lot of cities, you got folks doing stuff in these small businesses and all these other things that they probably shouldn't be doing. And as it relates to what y'all are doing now, you gotta actually stand out.
The mayor is asking everybody to stand down. The mayor is asking people to stand down.
Let us speak! Let us speak! Let us speak! Stand with us! Stand with us! Stand with us!
Hey, yo! Our mayor been with us. Now listen.
That's Jermaine Johnson and Mayor Whitburn.
Y'all got to hear him out. He deserves a chance to be heard out. Just like we deserve a fucking chance to be heard. Let him the hell know. Fuck that shit!
They don't want to seem to let the mayor speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, please listen. If you listen, I have a course of action I think you'll appreciate. Allow me to finish the job for you.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to finish the job.
That's election promise.
Now, hear me out. Listen to me, please. I came to talk to you first and ask you to first. I don't want anybody to get arrested tonight. I wanted you to hear directly from me. I just met you halfway and told you I'm going to complete the job. I need you to stand down.
Do it tonight.
Do it tonight, brother. We got to know.
Do it like you did the freeway. Do it tonight. Do it like you did the freeway. We got to know.
Everybody listen to me.
Stand with us. Stand with us. Stand with us. Stand with us.
Everybody listen to me right quick, please.
Why can't you just take it down? We ain't even doing all the looking like that.
That's fair. I just told you.
Turn that phone off. Tonight.
All right? So I came to talk to you before the police came and asked you all.
All right, police are going to ask Ray to leave. He said he's trying to. He said he'll finish the job for us. He's not giving any other details in case he can't hear.
All right?
Stand with us. Hell no. We won't go. Hell no. We won't go.
I don't know if y'all can see, but he's talking to Jermaine Funnyman Johnson now.
We even got the white Americans out here, and they want to
I can't hear what they're saying, guys. I'm sorry.
downtown at the
Lynn Park.
Lynn Park.
The mayor's talking with Jermaine Funnyman Johnson.
Just go ahead and tear it down like y'all did the freeway.
He's trying to talk. It's hard to. He's not mic'd or anything, so we're not sure. Yes, he did say police were going to come and ask people to leave, so he didn't want anybody to get arrested tonight. So we're trying to see what the mayor's asking people to do here. It seems like it's dispersed, but yet to see if that's the case. Looks like Commissioner Shield Tyson is over here as well. Can't hear their conversation, but again, when he showed up, he did say he wanted to tell us himself to, since he will finish the job, he didn't say how or anything like that. Uh-oh, somebody's in the truck. We're right in front of the truck, so let's hope they don't pull.
32 glass, man. We can walk that thing down. There's a sledgehammer up there. Show us you mean it. Take a swing, man. Take a strike, Randall.
Just go to sleep. I don't need him to do much. I know you ain't necessarily Randall. Good morning.
Take a strike. Just let us take that bitch down. Take a strike,
The mayor right there in that black mask and the blue jacket, if you can see him. Somebody's arm's blocking him right now.
Just saying. We already.
All right, okay.
Young people, what y'all want to do?
Tear it down!
What?
The city is in a situation, legally, where they can't sit by and let us just do this. Even though some of the city members want that bitch to come down. They can't come down.
Go home and sleep.
With y'all, but there's a dilemma. So we got to come up with a solution. The dilemma is letting them take it down legally, and not us taking it down with a all the mayor is asking for 24 hours. Then we give our mayor and our city 24 hours.
The mayor asking for 24 hours to figure this out. 24 hours is what Randall Woodfin is asking for. I don't know if y'all heard that, just trying to relay.
This is the last thing I'll say. This is the last thing I'll say before I give it back to the mayor. He asked for 24 hours, and I think that man and his team, they worked hard, they deserve 24 hours.
Jermaine Johnson said that the mayor and his team deserves 24 hours.
If that shit ain't down by Tuesday morning, I will see y'all here at 12 o'clock Tuesday.
I'll tell you what's going on in just a minute.
We gonna bring all the things. We gonna have all the goddamn ladders. We gonna have everything.
We need to have the machinery.
That's 24 hours. We're standing in solidarity. But the clock is fucking ticking right now. Tuesday.
Tomorrow.
Tuesday, we don't want to hear.
9 o'clock tomorrow. 9 o'clock tomorrow. That's 24 hours. It's 24 hours.
Ladies and gentlemen, everybody listen to me. You all can stay out here as long as you want, as long as you disengage the statue. If you continue engaging the statue, we'll have to bring the police in. I'm not telling you to leave the statue alone. I gave you my word.
The mayor is asking people to leave the statue alone, so if people continue to deface the statue, police will be out here. Jermaine Funnyman Johnson was asking people to stay, to come back Tuesday at noon if the statue's not down, and again, keep ripping it down then. But the mayor is asking for just a little bit of time and said if people are still going to stay here and deface it, then police will be back. People, though, are still up on the statue. I don't know if you can see it, but they are definitely still up there. Not sure. The mayor is... You're fine, girl.
Did you see?
So, the mayor wanted 24 hours.
24 hours.
Jermaine Johnson saying come back Tuesday at 12 if it's not down.
Yeah.
Is that you were closer than me? Is that the other thing?
Listen up.
Okay.
Listen up. I know y'all here. I know y'all love y'all. Hey, Birmingham Police Chief, thank you. I don't care what they say. Y'all standing with us tonight. Y'all standing with us. This shit ended differently. We are Birmingham, motherfucking Alabama.
On Airport Boulevard.
We're not Atlanta. We're not Memphis. We're not New Orleans. We are Birmingham. We don't gotta act like everybody else. We can tear this bitch up and still be respectful. That's how we was raised. The mayor said he wanted 24 hours. He got 24 hours. But Tuesday at 12, nigga, I'm going to Lowe's tomorrow. We don't have a city where the police are shooting us dead in the street. I know these men. They working with us. Our mayor and our police chief came out here, not to turn the whole hoses on us, but to talk to us like people. So that's why I respect that. Yeah. Police chief, you want to address the people?
Okay, Police Chief Smith is here, and it looks like he is going to address people. It's Birmingham Police Chief Patrick Smith.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Kneeling, Mr. Whitmer.
He's in favor of peaceful protest, he says.
Louder!
Can't hear you.
Press the button.
Put that shit in your
I
mouth.
don't think the megaphone's working.
I want to hear what you're saying.
Hey, look. Look, listen. One mic. Look, this is what we're gonna do. Listen, I know how y'all feel, trust me, I feel it too. Trust me, I do not want to leave this damn bar until this monument is down. But listen, we're gonna follow leadership. The man has given us his word. Hold on, just listen. We are gonna continue to be civilized. We are not.
Looks like there's some disagreements with leadership on what to do.
We are not Atlanta. We are Birmingham. Okay, we Birmingham, and we gonna stand together. So we told it 24 hours. We're going to abide by the 24 hours because, and the reason we're going to abide by it is because we don't want to mess up this man's truck, and we don't want anybody out here to get hurt by us putting it down. We're going to follow the leadership, okay? All right? So we're going to continue to do what we're doing. We're going to continue to do what we're doing here as protesters. But as far as the monument for tonight, we're going to let it stay. We're going to leave the monument up until 24 hours. Let me say this. Let me be clear. Let me be real clear. Check this out. The mayor asked for 24 hours and I said, let's check this out.
Disagreement about the 24-hour thing that Mayor Randall Woodfin asked for. If you can hear me.
Listen, I'll tell you this. The mayor said 24 hours, but I'm not asking them niggas up there to get down. I'm not asking them to get down. If they stay up there and that monument just so happened to come down tonight, it is what the fuck it is. I'm not asking them to get down.
That's Commissioner Sheila Tyson, if you couldn't tell. All right, I'm going to get out of this kind of mob and tell y'all what's going on. It's hard to hear in there, so. Okay. I'm going to back up here. Let's see if I can get a good spot. Oh, I'm sorry. Needless to say, there is no social distancing happening here. Okay, this is what's happening, guys. Sorry, I had to take a breath. This is what's happening. If I can get away, I can take off this mask for the first time in several hours. So let's do that. I got a better idea. Hold on. I want a quiet place to explain what is happening here and one that I can take off my mask because... Okay. Okay, I'm by myself over here. This is what's happening, y'all. I'll show you the monument behind me. Mayor Randall Woodfin showed up and he asked Jermaine Funny Mane Johnson, who is leading this whole rally and demonstration, as he calls it, down here at Lynn Park. Mayor Randall Woodfin just showed up. He asked everybody here to give him 24 hours to get this monument down, because he said he didn't want anybody to get arrested, and it seems like that is what is going to happen if people keep staying. He said that police were going to come because they cannot just let people vandalize or try to tear down this monument without acting. There's been a lot of legal battles over this monument. Keep in mind, we have links to some of that in our comments here. Some of my colleagues so helpfully did that for me. But again, Mayor Randall Woodfin showed up. He's the mayor of Birmingham, and he said, look, give me 24 hours. And he said, as a concession, he said, I will take care of the rest of it. You've done this. I'll take care of the rest. Waiting 24 hours.
That's what we believe.
Okay, that's what he said. There were a lot of arguments over the leadership of this rally, whether to do that or not. Jermaine Funnymane Johnson said that, excuse me, y'all. Jermaine Funnymane Johnson said, let's give him 24 hours. He has shown us respect. We will show the city respect. But he also said he was not going to make any of these people that are on the monument right now get down. And he said if the monument just so happens to fall, he's not going to be mad. So take from that what you will. Police Chief Patrick Smith also was there. And he showed up. He tried to speak and address the crowd, but the megaphone, when he got it, for some reason was not working, so nobody could hear him. The only thing I heard him say at the very beginning was that he is all for a peaceful protest. And I didn't hear anything he said after that, and he kind of just walked away because the megaphone was not working anymore. So that's where we're at. Jermaine Funnymane Johnson said everybody should be back here on Tuesday at 12 if the monument does not fall before then. And he said, the city's shown us respect, let's show them respect. But I just heard a truck rev. It seems like the people here are not agreeing with that leadership and that they want to go ahead and take it down. So I'm not sure if police are going to come and arrest some of these people. That's what the mayor said he expected to happen. We're going to see. Sorry, I'm in the dark. We are going to see. I'm going to keep you here live as much as I can. If we are asked to leave, we will. But again, I will keep you here as long as I can, show you what's going on as long as I can. I hear that truck revving, so let me take you back over to the monument so we can see if people are still trying to take it down. Now, Jermaine Johnson said, look, I'm not going to tell those guys who have climbed halfway, not halfway, maybe a third of the way up the monument to leave.
Here's the fire is, but I can't tell if that's a fire truck or if that's a police vehicle. Again, you just saw a small explosion. It appears to be from a firework. And then again, those orange flames are growing. Yeah, there we go, another as well. So clearly several fireworks just went off pretty close to us again. So we're seeing lots of fireworks down here. That appears to be the cause of that fire in the distance. People are pointing over to where that firework just came from. I'm trying to walk a little bit further that way. Oh, there's another fire. I don't know if Lindsay can see that. It's closer to where she is, right near the church, right on the corner of H and 16th. There's another fire right there. Lindsay may have a better vantage point of that, but we're seeing at least 2 fires.
I think Lindsay's on the other side of Lafayette Park. Evan, I'm just because obviously with the advent of social media, it's incredible what you can see. It seems like the fire that you're looking at on your camera, Evan, it is a fire that was started with branches in between Jersey barriers. The crowd has surrounded that, and they keep igniting and accelerating that fire simply with trees. So it doesn't seem as though property being damaged there, but obviously the significance and the imagery is something to be seen. Again, we're looking on the left side there. That is our Fox News their camera, also near the White House. That's that second fire, and we're hoping to get a better sense of exactly what's on fire there. But now it seems like seemingly 2 fires near the White House burning. Both our crews there on the ground, and we apologize for some of the people who are on the ground there who are... We're trying to do our job as best we can, and they have a right to protest. Evan?
We're also continuing to deal with that situation in Northwest DC in Tenleytown, now learning more than 100 people looting stores near Western and Military. We have a tower camera from the Fox 5 studio giving us a shot of some of the police presence there. But we are told that there's a very large police presence, also fire. There have been 4 arrests at the Target in Tenleytown. Several of the stores there have been targeted by looters. So this is going on now across the city, whereas last night we really were seeing things concentrated right near the White House, where, again, we're seeing the fires right now. But again, up in Northwest DC in this area near near Friendship Heights, Chevy Chase. Last night, largely this appeared to be untouched. So this now part of the story as well this evening.
Yeah, and Lauren, as we look at these pictures just quickly before we go back to the more dramatic scene, this is Western Avenue. You see traffic there. On the bottom part of your screen, you're looking at DC police cruisers. On the north side, that north pedestrian side, that's Montgomery County Police. That is the division line between the District of Columbia and Maryland. That goes from Friendship Heights, DC into Chevy Chase, Maryland, which is Montgomery County. And again, you can see both police jurisdictions there making sure that they secure their area. Yesterday, there was looting at the Mazda Galleria that is in Friendship Heights in the District of Columbia. Tonight, again, we can confirm that there was looting at the Rodman store on Wisconsin Avenue in the 5300 block, as well as the Target at Tenleytown. In the meantime, we're going to go back to our Lindsay Watts. Again, she is live near the White House there outside Lafayette Park. Lindsay.
Yeah, guys, in just the last few minutes, there is a second fire, a building that is on fire here right near Lafayette Park. If you are familiar with the park, it's the only building that's there. It's a U.S. Park building, kind of an outhouse with bathrooms and offices. You can see that burning right now. We're continuing to see people set off fireworks. Police setting off flashbangs just about a minute or two ago. Everyone started running toward us, so that's happened throughout the night, but it was a little bit of a bigger crowd, and you can see people running again.
Building
so
that,
we good here?
That you're
stay right here.
Fox News Channel had been. Yeah, Fox News Channel had been live there earlier. Protesters and groups of people sitting on the roof of it and sort of overtaken it. It is covered in graffiti, so not surprised to see that that's now a focal point for all of this. It does seem that the crowds have backed away somewhat from the line of officers in front of the White House there at Lafayette Park, drawn to these spectacles of the fires. But you have to worry about accelerants and other.
These fires burn the building, and then the larger fire that's about a block away. That, like we had said before, we think is just a collection of trash. You saw people throwing some tree branches into the flames, but I still have not heard any fire engines. Have you been able to see any firefighters? My photographer Van has a better look at all of this than I do because he's able to zoom in. So you actually, watching at home, have a better look than I do. But no firefighters out here yet to try to put out these flames.
So Lindsay, where she is right now, if you're watching from home, listening to us, she's on that right camera screen. Again, that's outside Lafayette Park. She's reporting a building now appears to be on fire. To the left hand of your screen, also in that vicinity, and we just moved away from that shot, but you continue to see some people throwing things into that fire. There you see the Jersey barriers, and it appears to be just trash, if you will, tree branches, anything that can act as an accelerant to create that fire. So it's more so the imagery than it is the destruction of property. Again, on the right side of your screen, you can see Lindsay Watts' shot. Lindsay,
look, another fire. Someone set this bush on fire.
And there you go. As people continue to toss Molotov cocktails and accelerants, things will easily catch fire. Lindsay, to the distance, right behind you, I see smoke. Is that from a flashbang? Did you hear one recently?
Yeah, there are continuing to be flashbangs out here. Someone just tried to set the bush on fire. Luckily, that didn't get too far. It sort of flared up for a second, and then some people came and stomped that out. So I was getting concerned about this building here, and it looks like here you can see somebody on the ground who was pepper sprayed. So that has been ongoing.
It's frightening when the crowd sort of begins rushing toward you, Lindsay.
Yeah, you hear the flashbangs there, and of course that's an attempt from the police to disperse the crowd surrounding those fires. And if you're saying, Lindsay, that there's pepper spray, that's also another mechanism to do that. And it seems like this person that we're watching there, I don't know if you can talk to him, Lindsay, if you can ask him.
What? Can you come here? What happened? What led up to the pepper spray?
Been throwing tear gas back at the police. I've lost my gloves. I lost my goggles. I've got hit by about maybe 100 little beanbags.
Yeah, the little pellets hit you?
Just trying to fight for what's right.
Was it tear gas or was it pepper spray? Do you think that you?
No, it was canisters. I've had big gloves on.
Yeah.
And the second they see you going for
Lindsay,
it,
can you ask why he wanted to be out here tonight?
So what were you throwing?
Tear gas. They throw the tear gas, you pick it up and you throw it at them.
You were throwing it back at them, you're saying?
And the second they see you going for that tear gas,
right.
It doesn't hurt much. It's like a paintball.
All right.
I mean, they're not probably going to leave marks or whatever.
Yeah.
I got phone number. What do you guys
That far burn is a church. That far burn right there, that's a church. That's an old church.
All right, guys. So,
all right, Lindsay, we're going to check back in with you as that continues there. We're going to go back to Evan Lambert, who was around the corner and was also seeing that second fire start. Evan, do you have a better sense of what exactly is happening at that building?
What we know is that people are dangerously close to where that fire is burning. I'm going to step out of the way. The smoke is getting blacker, so it's still continuing to billow in the air there. Again, from what I can see here, it does appear that it's some sort of car, something that's big enough to create those kinds of flames, but people are standing relatively close to there, and obviously you could imagine that it must be extremely hot, but we saw people were putting fireworks in that area, maybe accelerating that fire, and every few moments when a firework goes off, you'll see some people start to run away, and then they kind of turn around and start to go back. But still, we have not seen any firefighters anywhere nearby putting any water on that fire, at least from this perspective. I can't completely say that that's not happening.
I see sirens behind you. Is that a police cruiser?
I can't tell. We can't tell if... I'm sorry, my photographer Joe is just speaking with me. There was a police car near there, and we see some flashing red and
blue.
white
I know
lights.
it's harder for you on the ground, yeah.
Yeah, so that's likely a police vehicle. We're also hearing an engine revving. Just a few seconds ago, there's some people, it looks like on ATVs or dirt bikes or something like that, relatively close to that car. And so we continue to hear the helicopter, which is monitoring from above. But again, that fire continuing to burn here, and we could see when we were a little bit closer to the intersection, another fire up closer to where Lindsay Watts is.
Yeah.
But that black smoke continuing to go into the air.
Evan, it's hard to tell, and I don't know if Joe can zoom into that flame there, because it looks like it's really close to that white car. Is there any sense
of seeing a white car, but he's looking at it.
Okay, and does it look like
there
it's
are
on?
certainly
Joe's
images coming through of cars on fire. Yeah, there are certainly images online of cars on fire. I'm not sure if that's what you're looking at, but definitely seeing that around the city right now. And also some concerns about St. John's Episcopal Church, which is right where Lindsay Watts is. I don't know if we still have her shot up. She was showing some of the bush right there set on fire, but that's a historic church, and people are concerned about some of the buildings that are beloved here in D.C. We saw, again, that building under construction last night set on fire, and with fire seeming to be the theme here, that is a big concern.
All right, Evan, keep us posted. We're going to check back in with you in a second. Again, this is all happening near the White House tonight. Earlier tonight, the New York Times reporting that President Trump had been taken by Secret Service into an underground bunker at the White House. Fox News confirming that. The Secret Service telling Fox News that he was in that bunker for just a short period of time because of, quote, terroristic threats. We are taking Lindsay Watts again, just on the other side of where Evan Lambert is. Lindsay.
Yes. All right, so we are now standing right at the corner of Connecticut and H Street. We did move a little bit farther away from where we were. Things are getting more and more tense out here, and so we've backed up from where that fire continues to burn. We are hearing some police sirens in the distance, and the police on this line on the edges of Lafayette Park are continuing to deal with people who are hurling things at them. Every once in a while we'll hear a flashbang. Earlier we saw quite a few fireworks, and it might have been hard to hear the man that we were speaking to who was hit with some rubber bullets, rubber pellets I should say, and I believe he didn't experience tear gas but pepper spray, and was trying to deal with that. So you can see we have some law enforcement coming in here. It's fire car?
Fire supervisor.
It looks like this is a DC fire vehicle that's coming in, and we'll see how that goes.
Lindsay, I'm curious. We just
continue to stay in the road here.
Spoke with Deputy Mayor of Public Safety in DC, Kevin Donahue. You've been there since about 2 o'clock today. Have you seen any National Guard on the streets?
Yes, they're here.
There have been some National Guardsmen to arrive here in Lafayette Park in the last, what would you say, in the last hour? Before that, we had not seen the National Guard, but that has changed again in about the last hour or so.
All right, you're looking again at Lindsay Watts' picture on the right hand of your screen. There on the left, you continue to see that fire, which we'll call a brush fire at this point, in between those Jersey barriers, continue to burn. We saw, Van, if you keep that picture up, some protesters that were speaking with what looks to be U.S. Park Police. Again, they have jurisdiction over Lafayette Park, and of course in federal territory you've got a lot of law enforcement agencies, and you see protesters there.
Continue to move up here. You're continuing to see the police line move up here, and you are seeing National Guardsmen, correct?
Police, National Guard.
Yes, so we have military police that are here on this front line, and there is a bit of a standoff going on, and we are continuing to see these officers come toward us.
So, Lindsay, have they, I'm curious, earlier today we saw the protesters, they were in Lafayette Park. Then you said that they had closed off the park, they had moved the police line off the park, which is, the park is the only barrier between H Street and the north lawn of the White House. Where is that police line now, and where are the protesters? Are they on the park, or are they on the street away?
It has not changed much. From the time that we got out here, which was about 4 p.m., we saw a line of police right on the edge of the park. So protesters were not getting into the park today. They were certainly not getting into that public space near the White House. And then I would say in the last hour or so, police have continued to move toward us, so to continue to limit the area where protesters can be. So again, coming toward us, moving away from the White House. But they have stayed fairly consistent throughout the night, and I think that going into this, they made the decision, we're not going to see what happened last night. We are going to keep a lot of space between the White House and these protests.
Does it seem like, I know you have moved further away, does it seem like people are starting to move away from that police line or back toward it?
You know, it's pretty volatile out here, which is why we moved back, because we just a minute ago had a crowd rushing toward us, and it has calmed down since we moved to this part of the street. But when you have this big group of people that you see rushing toward you, you want to get out of the way, and we want to make sure that we are giving ourselves enough distance should anything else happen. But of course, we do want to keep an eye on everything that's going on right now. And the fire in the middle of the road, the trash fire, is continuing to burn, as is the fire at the outbuilding on the edge of Lafayette Park. And you can get a look at that right now. At this point, we have not seen any fire vehicles going down there to put out that fire. And hopefully that will change soon.
All right, Lindsay, we're going to let you reassess your location there, and we're going to get back to Evan Lambert. Evan, what are you seeing now? Is the firing continue to burn? Are we seeing any sort of fire police presence?
No police or fire presence right here in that area. The only inkling of that is those flashing lights that you see on the other side of where the fire.
That will be for my daily show here. So I will see y'all tomorrow at 11. Thank you so much for staying with us tonight through the duration of this. If there's anything else big, we will bring it to you, and we'll keep you updated on AL.com. Thank you.
It seems like it's gotten a little bit lower, and my photographer was saying it looks like there's multiple cars that are on fire in that area. One was, he says, looking like it was about to catch on fire, but if I can direct you over to the right there, there's a big white van. Its back doors are now closed, but before, there were actually people getting wood to go and board up businesses in this area, which I noticed because it appears very late, because these demonstrators and the people that are doing some damage right now are already here, but they are scrambling to try to protect likely some glass in those office buildings between here and the White House. We're seeing some other smoke now to the left of that fire where it's burning. I don't know if that was another firework recently. We started to see the crowd run a little bit. There was another firework again that we just heard. I couldn't see it. You may have been able to, but it's definitely tense. And, you know, it's only getting closer to when people are going to be told to go home, and we don't know what that's going to look like.
Yeah, let's remind people here, Evan, that we're 20 minutes away from a curfew that was imposed by the mayor of D.C. at about 7 o'clock tonight. We asked the deputy mayor of public safety why she made that call, and she made the about face, and he could not answer that question, only to say that they had now some sort of intelligence that they needed to make that call. So again, that curfew in the District of Columbia is in effect at 11 p.m. tonight. We are 20 minutes away, gauging by the crowd that is in your shot right now, Evan. It does not seem that these people will disperse in 20 minutes.
It definitely doesn't appear that way. They're chanting right now. I can't quite make it out because I hear the helicopter that's a little bit louder than the chants. We can also hear what appears to be someone banging on something. I don't know if that's doing any additional damage or if that's just to make noise. But we also can hear the helicopter is getting a bit closer to this area, and as you can see, that fire is still burning there.
Any sense how many helicopters
I hear no justice, no peace.
Are over you right now?
I'm sorry?
Any sense of how many helicopters are over you right now?
At least 1 to 2, and we're seeing somebody here who may have gotten injured. They're just walking by us. I can't tell what happened, but this group of people are walking someone away. I don't know if they were hit with pepper spray or injured by a firework or otherwise. Some of those noises, I don't know exactly what that is, but somebody's hitting something. We did see some people in the area with bats in their backpacks at one point. So that might be what we're hearing. I can't quite tell from where I am, but someone, it appeared to be, was banging a light signal. At least the pole where the light signal is.
And let's remind people exactly where you are.
It's definitely getting intense.
And how far away you are from the White House right now.
Really just 2 blocks, Marina. We're at 16th and I. So originally, Lindsay Watts was at 16th and H, just 1 block closer to the White House from where we are right now. And this is really just 2 blocks from Lafayette.
Is there
Park
anyone in
there,
your
which is
vicinity right
directly
now,
in front of
without
the White
getting
House.
into the fray, that you can talk to? Anybody who's just near you that wants to just be a bystander, that you can maybe get a sense of why they're out there?
At the moment, we're trying to maintain a safe distance away from some of those crowds.
I just wanted to make sure.
When somebody walks this way, I'll see if I can grab them. But right now, everybody's just kind of watching that fire burn, and there are sporadic chants as well. But this is when you realize that it's become more about causing trouble than what the cause and what the message is, and that's really
well. And I heard you say that you saw people carrying bats in their backpacks. If you're going to a peaceful protest to inspire change, it doesn't fit the equation that you would carry a weapon in your backpack.
No, clearly. And we are seeing, it looks like another journalist or somebody with a camera was just walking this way and was coughing. So clearly there's still tear gas being deployed. Right now I can't smell it, fortunately. Again, we're trying to maintain a safe distance, but we have seen people coughing, and not everyone's wearing masks. So that's compounding some of the worries here with the virus and the pandemic that's going on. Again, we're still seeing that fire burn, and it doesn't look like there are any police or fire officials over there. We know that there's a lot of police not too far away, either at the park and then over near on K Street. But in this general area, this is just people that are watching those
sirens.
cars burn.
It's hard to tell.
I'm hearing that too. It looks like that is near where the other police car appears to be, on the other side of the fire. So that's got to be 15th Street. Or in the area of 15th or 14th, just a couple blocks up I Street from where we are. But we're also still hearing people scream and hit things. I can't quite tell what that is.
Well, the one thing that I will want to remark about, you compare last night to tonight, and while we are looking at these pictures of fire burning and people out in droves tonight, and we're now about 16 minutes away from this curfew, and it doesn't seem like this crowd will disperse anytime soon, it does not seem that it is rising to the level of last night. We're going to go back to Lindsay Watts now. Lindsay, it seems like that police line there, I'm not sure who's moving those Jersey barriers. If you could give us a sense of what's happening in your shot.
Yeah, well, as you can see, the crowd is getting more chaotic here. Where do you want us to go?
Stay here. Stay go left.
Okay. All right, we are separated for the time being. We're just looking to our security out here to try to
Yeah, turn behind you when Van is behind you. He's right behind your security, Lindsay.
So we're just moving. We're moving off to the side here as people. As people are coming in our direction. People moving those barriers. You know, something I was going to mention. What was that? They're shooting. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's go.
What's happening?
All right. We're getting out of here. Go.
Okay, Lindsay, we're going to keep this shot up while Van walks, and we're going to let you get your bearings here as you see the crowd there dispersing, and we saw Jersey barriers there being moved just outside Lafayette Park. You have to remember that these crews, we've got a photojournalist, a reporter, we've got security, and in the crowd it is so easy to lose your bearings and lose the people you're working with. Evan, we're here, we're seeing you. Talk to us.
Yeah, well, so another line was just crossed recently. There is a fire going on in that office building right at the corner of 16th and I Street. We saw the orange just a few moments ago. I don't see it now. I don't know if it just... Oh, you can see the orange flames just beyond the door. People are starting to run toward us. We're going to back up. But that building, the lobby area, is on fire just inside those glass doors. We could hear people hitting either the glass out or something next to it, and then shortly we saw that the fire ignited just inside that doorway. We're not sure if anyone is still in there, but what's troubling is there are no firefighters anywhere near here that we can see. And that car fire is also still burning. So that's multiple fires in this area that are completely unattended at this point. And we're also seeing people hit the flagpoles near that building, standing extremely close to where that fire is burning in the lobby. That is a major, major safety issue.
And not to mention,
Obviously.
again, we cannot reiterate enough that DC Fire, nowhere to be found. We've heard sirens, but you've not seen them, correct?
Nowhere.
What is that van?
Nowhere
Is
to be
that a DC
found. We're
police
continuing
transport
to
van?
hear fireworks as well.
Can we pan left, Joe? Is that a DC police transport van? I see a van, but
No, this is not. This is the truck that was boarding up earlier. We're just seeing
I
people
see.
toss.
So they too
People
are getting
tossing
out.
bottles as well.
All right, we are
Clearly,
now.
there is some intent to do damage to these businesses here.
You see security there. I see him. If you zoom in, security
there's
speaking
security
with a
that's-
protester.
Oh, he was nearly just hit with a bottle. They look like water bottles, so I'm not sure that they'll do much damage to the glass, but you know, I guess if you throw anything hard enough, it might. But that's what we're seeing right now. People throwing water bottles. Could we speak with you all? Did you come here for a peaceful protest? And what do you make of what we're seeing now, these fires?
I don't really know what to make of the fires, honestly.
No, I came for a peaceful protest, but the people are done. It's like we peacefully protest and they come at us with rubber bullets and tear gas when all you have is a sign. So what are you supposed to do? If you're oppressed, you try to protest peacefully and you can't, you get attacked. So this is the obvious thing that's next. How do you get your voice heard?
But this isn't what you expected, maybe,
It's
or
not what I expected, and it is not what I support, but I support equality, and there's no way to get it but this. Because peaceful protest doesn't fucking work.
Are you okay? Yeah, well, I apologize for that language, but so that was an interesting message here. The fire isn't violent.
That's not violent. No one's getting hurt right now. That is not violent. That's
the-
a protest. That's peaceful.
So you hear people justifying. some of the violence that we're seeing.
Yeah,
I think people understand the
It's
pain.
my First Amendment right, and when your First Amendment right is denied, that's when people take other measures. That's how we're here.
Yeah, I appreciate you talking with us. Please stay safe.
Me too. Thank you.
Okay, again, we'll keep monitoring, but that building, the lobby is still on fire.
Okay,
and it's
we will check back in
hard
with
to
you
watch.
to see if fire shows up. Again, no National Guard presence, 0 DC police presence. We were told they were out on the streets. We're going back to Lindsay Watts. Lindsay, we saw you move as that crowd ran past the barriers. The police line, it seems like, has moved farther back. Has it calmed down there?
It has. In the last minute or two, we are now on Connecticut Avenue, so we are maybe a block or so from where we were. You can see the protesters there on H Street. Police have moved up to the corner there, and we wanted to get out of there because they were using, we believe, rubber bullets. There may have been tear gas. This was not right next to where we are, but that is what we believe prompted the crowd to start running as they did, and it was a little bit of a stampede. As I've mentioned, we have seen this throughout the day where people will suddenly start running. They'll get spooked by a flashbang. They will get some pepper spray in their eyes, and you'll see people starting to run. So I've gotten used to it in the hours I've been here, but that was quite a scene, and that was a lot of people that were rushing towards us. And again, we believe that there were some rubber bullets that were being deployed at that moment. We heard those sounds and thought it best to get out of there. So
Lindsay, you're doing a phenomenal job staying safe and continuing to report what you're seeing. I hear the helicopter above. I want to once again reiterate that we are now 9 minutes away from this curfew in D.C. Being put into effect. Minneapolis had a 9 p.m. curfew, Fort Lauderdale 8 p.m., Miami 8 p.m. We saw curfews earlier this weekend, 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Any sense that
people are running again?
this? Okay, we see the crowd again running.
All right, so we're going to stay right here. And
does it seem to you that this crowd is at any point
this happened on and off
in 8 minutes going to be able to disperse as this curfew is set into effect?
No, and we've been saying that all along out here. I mean, the people that are going to abide by the 11 p.m. curfew are the people who are here for the right reasons, and the people that want to be in accordance with the law will say, hey, there's a curfew in effect, let's call it a night. And so certainly a majority of these people are not going to look at their watches and decide that it's time to pack up because the clock strikes 11. I mean, the question is, what are we going to see out here to enforce that curfew, if anything? And, you know, we haven't hit that point yet, but I would be surprised if people were encouraged by police or if there was any action to dispel the crowd.
I imagine those helicopters will start announcing at about 11 o'clock on the dot that the crowd must disperse, and we'll see if they heed that order. Lindsay, we will check back in with you in a minute here. In the meantime, we're going to go back to the division here between Friendship Heights and Chevy Chase, Maryland. You're looking on the right, our camera right there at the Mazza Galleria Mall. Again, this is DC, what you're looking at on the right. DC police there seem to have set up some sort of post. This is just a block away from Western Avenue. That is the divisory line between Montgomery County, Maryland, and the Friendship Heights neighborhood of Northwest DC. We had told you earlier today that there had seemed to be some sort of fire and looting happening at that Mazza Galleria Mall. Again, that was earlier, sometime in the 9 o'clock hour. We understand the Target in Tenleytown, Rodman's, a small local business on Wisconsin Avenue. Both those businesses looted. A crowd also gathering up and down Wisconsin. Some sort of violent disturbance there. 100 people amongst that crowd is what we reported, and we understand 4 people were arrested as a result. But here you see police taking no chances. Last night there was looting in this area that continued into the Chevy Chase neighborhood. There was a Saks Fifth Avenue store that was up Wisconsin Avenue into Chevy Chase, Maryland, that was also looted. And tonight, as you look left hand on your screen, that tower cam from the Fox 5 tower, you can see both DC police and Montgomery Montgomery County Police, their presence on Western Avenue, the division there between the District of Columbia and Maryland. We're going to go back to the White House now. Lindsay Watts again. And Lindsay, I see the smoke there. I imagine that it's constant flashbangs as they attempt to disperse this crowd, as we are now 6 minutes away from this curfew.
Yeah, we have not heard any flashbangs, at least in the last maybe 5-10 minutes, but we definitely have seen police now moving into this crowd. There's a lot of officers that are on that corner of Connecticut and H Street, and every once in a while we'll see people suddenly starting to run toward us. But again, and no flashbangs, and we haven't really been seeing a whole lot of action in the last minute or two. So I think everybody is just kind of waiting to see what happens. And, you know, as I said earlier, it was a very different scene when we first arrived here this afternoon. For the first hours that we were here, it was really around 7 o'clock that we saw people start to get more violent, start to get more destructive. We showed you that video of the guys that were jumping on the DC police cruiser and busting out the windshield. And then as the night has continued, people are lighting fires in the street. They lit that outbuilding on the edge of Lafayette Park on fire. We're still trying to figure out what's going on with the church, St. John's, which is right across from the White House. I could see that the smoke alarm was going off. You could see the light flashing. I talked to the fire official that pulled up near us. He was wondering if we knew what was going on. So I have seen people posting on social media that church is on fire, but we, from where we stood down the street, could not see any flames. But again, we could see that the smoke alarm had been activated because of that fire in the street and then the fire nearby at that National Park outbuilding. So we are again here on Connecticut Avenue and just kind of monitoring what's going on down there at the end of the street.
All right, Lindsay Watts, we'll check back in. We're going now to Evan. Evan, I understand that where you were, and you can still see this fire smoldering behind you, but we talked about that fire inside the lobby. That's the AFL-CIO building. That is the union there downtown.
We'll check back in with you in just a few minutes.
Yeah, I was just looking at that on my phone on the map. It appears to be the AFL-CIO building there. And if you take a look, we can see, I can't see the fire anymore because we backed up for our own safety. But I can see that the smoke alarms are going off in that building, and there are lights along with that are flashing along with the fire system in there. The entire lobby here. And then also if you look down further down the street, where we originally had seen those car fires, it appears that there are even more car fires. The security that were with us were saying that appears to be a new car fire in that area. So you're seeing multiple cars that have been lit on fire right at the corner of I and 16th there, just 2 blocks from the White House. And you're continuing to hear chants as well. And the smoke alarm, the smoke system is going off in that office building there that had its lobby on fire. And we still have not seen any firefighters in that area. And I can't see any flames coming out of the building. It seems to be all contained to that first floor lobby area. And again, I'm not even seeing smoke from that. The smoke that we're seeing in the distance is those car fires. But I mean, I can't help but wonder, hopefully the sprinklers are doing their job in that building. I'd imagine that they would have been set off by now, and hopefully that's containing the fire just to that lobby area. Otherwise, you know,
I hear sirens again.
The building itself.
Do they seem like it's hard to tell if they're approaching, leaving? Again, you say you haven't seen the fire department at all. As we've been talking to you throughout the hour, no police presence other than the presence of National Guard at Lafayette Park. There goes DC police cruisers, so unclear where they're headed. But no fire department, no fire response.
We're seeing the cars go away from this area. We're seeing the police vehicles go away from Lafayette Square, DC police vehicles going toward K Street. And I'm not sure what street that is, maybe 17th past Connecticut.
So farther into downtown. Okay, and there's
17th
the
past
helicopter.
Connecticut, heading away from downtown. And we're looking at the helicopter that's monitoring things. I'm not sure if that's a DC police helicopter or if it's federal park police. We had seen their helicopter up earlier today. But again, definitely a tense and scary scene down here, I think for a lot of these people. That,
do you see people leaving? I mean, we're seeing people walk away, obviously.
Some people are leaving. We are, yeah.
Okay, because I want to make mention that we're about 30 seconds now from 11 o'clock, and there's just no way that these people are going to leave by 11. So it seems like this curfew is going to go into effect, and there are going to be mass crowds gathered surrounding fires that were lit, buildings vandalized in downtown D.C., including one of the country's largest union houses in the middle of the district, fire alarms blaring inside that building, and there's absolutely no sense of anybody coming to help, coming to put out that fire. Anarchy, essentially.
No. And what we haven't heard, as you mentioned, the curfew is officially...
It's 11 o'clock now.
11 o'clock on the dot. And we have not heard any announcements, really. And maybe it's because we're a little bit further away from that crowd, but I'd imagine that I would hear them over a loudspeaker. We're not hearing any of that, unless they're telling people to disperse from the park, and I'm not hearing that from where I am. There has been no mass announcement now that it is officially 11 o'clock. Hey, go home. Those were some major fireworks that just went off there. I don't know if you could see that. Right by where those cars
Yeah, we see it, and we see the crowd. It looks like a flashbang because they're running towards you.
And now people are running away. Yeah, people. Those look like fireworks. Those are fireworks for sure that are making that fire get even bigger, and people are rushing toward us. We're going to continue to move back.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're watching again.
People definitely running away at this point.
And this is something that in these types of situations you constantly see as soon as there's a disturbance, either from the protesters or from police, whether that be firecrackers, fireworks, a flashbang, the crowd runs. It's natural human instinct. And of course that creates uncertainty there. And that fire continues to just rage.
Did you lose IFB?
Okay, so we're seeing movement there. We've got both our crews there on the ground. You see those pictures, the crowd moving. It is officially 11:01. We are officially into curfew territory.
A lot of people are running toward us, but yeah, I can.
And we try and establish exactly what's happening and how long these fires will burn, because again, I see lights, police lights in the distance, red, blue lights, but that cruiser has been parked there since we've been talking to Evan since about 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, and several cars are on fire right there, and we can still see the alarm and the lights, along with that alarm going off in the AFL-CIO building there, that union building right on the corner of 16th and I Street Northwest. And we're also starting to see people disperse. And we're hearing more of those bangs, and I can't tell.
I would say, although they all continue to. The tear gas came out, and so it just kind of changed
those
on a
are
dime.
just the flashbangs, or if those are the fireworks that are driving people away. It appears to maybe be both. We're seeing this group right over here running by us as well.
Evan, we're gonna.
I heard someone saying, "Don't run."
Evan, we're gonna head over to Lindsay really quickly here. Lindsay, do you know how far you are right now from St. John's Church, the church across the street from the Hay Adams?
So we are now on I Street. So we are a block away, about 2 blocks away from that. And it looks like I was seeing some images, some video, and it's the basement of St. John's that was engulfed in flames. And that explains why we weren't seeing any flames from where we stood on the street, because it was down below. But we did see the fire alarm going off, and now here on I Street, several blocks away from us, it looks to be several cars on fire. And
I've heard that Evan has mentioned this, so I think that he is not too far from where we are. But you can see those flames, and you know, it was only an hour ago that we had, for the most part, seen a pretty peaceful protest today, and then right as we were going on air at 10 o'clock, things have really taken a turn, and now we have multiple fires burning in the district, and first responders struggling to get here, and we have not seen firefighters arrive here yet to battle any of these different situations that are underway right now. So we'll see people continue to run towards us as police deploy pepper spray and flashbangs, and
Lindsay, I want to ask Van to see
again for a moment.
Van, if you can zoom in one more time towards those flames, I want to see if, I don't know if you can grasp that. In black, does it seem like those are police officers?
And we got some fireworks.
So again, Lindsay, about a block away from the historic St. John's Church, across the street from the Hay Adams. And this is a church that is historic. White House presidents have visited, every administration has visited this church. And now it seems, according to Lindsay's reporting, that the basement of the St. John's Church there is now engulfed in flames, and we've not seen a police presence. I do see sirens and police lights, it appears, on the right hand of your screen, but the crowd so deep, it is nearly impossible at this point for first responders to do their job until they can clear out and disperse the crowd. 11:05, 5 minutes into the curfew, and it seems like the crowd continues to disrupt the streets of the District of Columbia. Well, Lindsay, we hear you.
Oh, sorry, I did not realize that you were still on our shot. We were just sort of talking about our next steps here and how we're going to go about getting back to our own vehicle, and where is the best place for us to go next to continue to show you what's going on.
And obviously, as you can see, the priority for Fox 5 for our crews is to remain a safe distance from where these disturbances are happening, and we continue to zoom in. It is hard for crews on the ground to get an eye shot at exactly what is happening, because you need to use that camera lens to get in to exactly what is happening. Again, we're taking a live shot here of our tower cam on Wisconsin Avenue. You're looking at Friendship Heights, where police continue to just surround the Mazda Galleria and also the shops at Wisconsin Place in Chevy Chase, Maryland, in the event that some demonstrators were to come up Wisconsin Avenue, which we did see last night, and there was looting earlier tonight in that area. 4 people arrested, and hopefully we can go back downtown and you guys can guide me as to where we're going next and what we're seeing. But again, 6 minutes into this curfew, I'm looking to see if there's any sort of message from the mayor of the district, from the chief of police of the district, and I have not seen anything in the last minutes here. All I see, the last update about an hour ago from DC police, saying that they are surrounding Mazda Galleria following those break-ins, but we've told you that throughout the hour. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. You compare the images from last night to what happened tonight, and it really is very different. It was very violent last night. It spanned well into Sunday. And Lauren, you were here last night, and you see the images of tonight versus last night. Still violent tonight, there's no question, but not to the level of what we saw Saturday night.
What I'm seeing is sort of these spectacular, in a negative way, images of the fires, and particularly the historic building, St. John's Episcopal Church. That is really distressing. To see this sort of St. John's here in Upper Northwest and Friendship Heights as well. We last night did see more direct violence towards some of the police officers. We saw those incendiary devices. People were firing at them, firing them over their shields. We saw bricks thrown at the officers. Again, we had at least 11 officers injured and one in surgery today. It looks like from what I've been watching here in these live shots, people are sort of surrounding these fires, just damaging some buildings and setting cars on fire. But as you said, a little bit less as far as violence toward the police officers, and it seems more like gathering and observing, which, you know, we can deal with damage that is sad, and particularly in this time of the pandemic when everyone's already been hurting, damage to buildings and stores is distressing, and the looting and all of that. But if there's any de-escalation of violence, that is, of course, a good thing. I'm told that we have some live pictures we want to take. Did you say from California, San Francisco? Of course, we are seeing this play out in cities all across the country today. There are curfews in place in more than a dozen cities. Mayor Bowser had said that the curfew in D.C., she thought wouldn't make a difference, and initially she did not say that she would be placing a curfew on the city. Changed her mind later in the day, but as we see, it hasn't made much of a difference here. Trying to gauge exactly what is going on here in San Francisco. Certainly looks like a large gathering with a line of police there, but I'm not familiar with this area in particular. Looks to be at least peaceful at the moment. This is Long Beach, California, where the sun has yet to set. And that's the problem that we saw here last night. Once the sun goes down, tensions start to rise. People come out who maybe do not have those same intentions, as they're not looking for the peaceful protest, but looking to just...
So more and more people climbing up on that roof also. But again, they're kind of congregating here to Northwest 4th and Chartel. It's every now and then traffic gets kind of tied up a little bit. It looks like that pickup wants to turn to come northbound, and they're not allowing him to do that. They're basically blocking the road. And so again, this is Northwest 4th and Chartel. I think what you mentioned, Kelly, that this is actually out of the curfew zone, is if that's correct.
Just north.
And so they're all kind of moved down here, and they're all just gathering right here outside that curfew zone here at Northwest 4th and Chartel.
Looks like one of the protesters jumped up on that white car in the intersection.
Oh, they're trying to do burnouts again through the intersection. That's just, you know, it's... Yeah, go ahead, Air One.
While Jim's talking to Air One up in the air, we can bring back in Aaron Brobeck. He's right there with that police line. Aaron, if you can still hear us, I'd like an update from you. It doesn't look like too many people are trying to stay in that area. We may just have Aaron shot. He may not be able to hear us. Let's go ahead and talk to Barry Mangold, who's also down there. Barry?
Hey, right now you're seeing police move forward. Yep, right now you're just seeing police. We got to move. We're moving forward with police right now. We've been instructed not to get behind the police line. And you just saw police taking into custody two people, two of the last protesters to stay on scene right here, right now. They're encircling. They just calling an end to the march right here. We just saw two protesters getting taken into custody in the final moments of this demonstration. They were backing up with their hands up while looking at police. And now it's a media frenzy. These police officers are surrounded by cameras, both civilian and professional. But
AFL-CIO
police are
building?
taking down one of the.
I don't know if they're coming over the other way to come down I Street maybe and join the fire truck that's down there. But Joe, if you can pan over where there's people running away right now because we hear some flashbangs. We're going to try to move over just a bit, but you can see there is a ladder truck right there in front of the AFL-CIO building, which had its lobby on fire. Yeah, so clearly firefighters are in that area. We can't see if they're in the building, but they're definitely there. Oh, firework just went off very close to us. Joe, if you could step... That was really just a half a block away or so. There are still people throwing fireworks down here. You can see the smoke. There's one coming at us right now. We're going to move back. Joe, we're going to keep going back.
All right, as Evan moves away there
right
from
now.
the building, you see the DC police forming that line outside the St. Regis Hotel. Again, he is in the vicinity there of the White House. Earlier in the hour, we had reported that the AFL-CIO building, a fire was lit inside the building. We saw the fire alarms going off in the building, and now we see a DC fire ladder truck has arrived on scene. It is 11:13. We are now 13 minutes into this city-imposed curfew in the District of Columbia.
Can you show them throwing things at the police?
And as you hear Evan there say, it seems like the police...
We're seeing people throw bottles at the police. Water bottles is what we're seeing. But those fireworks came extremely close. You now see this line of officers trying to maintain some semblance of order here. But that actually, those last few fireworks seem to have dispersed a lot of the crowd here. We're hearing somebody that got maybe hit with something as they're running off. You see the police are forming a line here, trying to come toward some demonstrators here in the intersection. We're not sure what's going to happen, but you can see that they have those flashbangs. There's an orange gun with what I believe maybe shoots those flashbangs. But really, they're cordoning off this entire intersection here at 16th and K and blocking the entire thing off with police in riot gear. And we're still continuing to hear either fireworks or flashbangs in the distance coming from the direction of the White House. But really, that did seem to clear a lot of people out of this area.
So you're
what I can't tell is if there's still a crowd near where Lindsay was, near St. John's. We're still seeing water bottles be thrown in the direction of police here by the Capitol Hilton. They're walking up 16th Street right now. I don't know if they're going to confront a protester. We're watching that as we speak, a man with his hands up, backing up from the police. But it's not clear if they think that maybe that person threw a firework or something like that. Everything's happening so fast, it's really hard to keep up with what's going on.
Right, and you are, again, for our viewers, 16th and K, the St. Regis Hotel that's about 2 blocks north of the White House. The direction that the officers are traveling on foot right now is north, so away from the White House. It appears as if they're trying to disperse that crowd that had surrounded the White House, which is where we saw those fires. We saw that fire that was lit by those barriers just outside Lafayette Park. St. John's Church is a church that is also outside that park, that is on the north side of the north lawn of the White House. And you see DC police line there forming, attempting to disperse this crowd 16 minutes into this curfew. Evan, I had seen also that there was an arrest van in the vicinity, and these vans typically would put arrestees essentially in the back of the van, serve as a jail until they could get these people back to being booked if arrests were to be made. It doesn't seem like any of that is taking place now, but they've definitely cleared up the intersection where you're standing at there, just outside the St. Regis.
Yeah, and Marina, we have not seen anyone make any arrests at this point. That's something that I've been looking for. Really, after that group of demonstrators were just cleared out of this intersection, we have not seen that.
And just behind...
And clearly, just want to remind people, I don't know if you heard that, Marina, but one of our security guards was telling me that it's worth reminding people that there is a curfew right now.
Yes.
And clearly this must be part of the strategy to get people to go home. But really what drove people out of this intersection were the fireworks that seemed to have been thrown by people running away. So I don't know that 100%, but because I couldn't really tell where they were coming from, but as we were trying to get away, they did come extremely close. Those officers that were marching up 16th Street.
Is that where the AFL-CIO building is, where that fire truck is?
Yeah, that's what.
The Antifa protesters often carry hammers with them in their bag of tools. Susan, I'm going to interrupt you for a second, because now we have the chief of police of Long Beach with us on the line, Robert Luna. Chief, I think a lot of our viewers that are going to be watching this, and they understand what a challenge this is for you, but they're wondering as they watch looting live on the air, where are the police?
Well, good evening, and thank you for having me on. The Long Beach Police Department is out here. We are in multiple places in the city. Yes, we have a significant challenge tonight, but you know what? Our police officers and the many other police officers that have come into the city of Long Beach are going to be strong tonight, and they're going to get the job done. And we're going to be fine. But as you see with other cities...
Is this getting the job done, what we're looking at right now?
I'm sorry?
Is this what we're looking at? People literally breaking into a store and taking whatever they want. Is that getting the job done?
Well, I'm not sitting in front of a television at this second because I moved away from the command post to talk to all of you. But anytime you see anybody looting, that's a criminal act. And I got to be honest with you, it's kind of sad because as we prepared for this, we were hoping for peaceful protest to honor the life of George Floyd. And unfortunately, what we've seen is instigators who are out committing criminal acts and really taking away from what I believe is a very good message dealing with the death of Mr. Floyd.
Chief Luna, right now we are watching people who've broken into the Ross store. A woman is right in front of our news camera, not shy about showing part of her face. We watched them use a skateboard and just a hammer to break into the Ross. They are pouring into the Ross and coming out with clothing and supplies. I want to thank you for taking my request to call in, but here's my question for you. What is the strategy of the Long Beach Police Department as we've seen this looting?
It's to try and stop it and make arrests whenever we can. So I'll make sure I just sent somebody out to make sure that they're aware of that location, and we'll send officers there if they're not on their way there to deal with it. But I've got to tell you, for all the people who are out here trying to do the right thing and protest the right way, please call us and let us know when this is happening. And you know what? We've got to remind each other that this is not sending the right message. This is criminal behavior, and we cannot tolerate it. For you in the media, us in policing, and just our community in general, this cannot be tolerated.
What are the consequences for these people? We've heard with some of the other police departments that they're basically so overrun that they're arresting and releasing people. If you find people that are looting, which by the way is happening right now live on our air, and you're able to get there, will these people be taken under arrest, and what is the punishment for this?
Yes, they will be arrested if they get caught looting, and there's a specific section for looting. That's not a cite and release. That charge is going to you're going to end up going to jail. And you're right to ask that question because I think us as a community are very frustrated, specifically with the zero bail. Because remember, when you're stealing, the theft of property is not a violent crime, and typically people don't get held in jail for that. But tonight, or any of these nights, as all of the officers in our region are dealing with this, people who are looting are going to go to jail.
All right, Chief Luna, as we're watching this, we want to make sure our crews are safe, and that's our reporter, Susan Hirosuna, who's there. Let me ask you this. We've seen the National Guard move into Santa Monica. Are you also asking for the National Guard to have a presence in Long Beach?
Not at this time, but it's a tool in our toolbox. We have been asking the LA County Sheriff's Department for resources, and we have hundreds of officers that they've sent us, and there's still more coming our way. If for some reason we don't believe we have enough resources, we can absolutely get the National Guard in our city.
I think the heartbreak we're seeing here is that people are pulling up in their cars to 4th and Promenade. They're pulling up in their cars and they're going into businesses and they're just taking handfuls of clothing, so much so that there's no law enforcement there that they can go in 2 and 3 times and come back and load up their car.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a horrible situation, and I'm going to make sure that we get people there as soon as possible.
Why do you think this is happening? What's going on in our society where this is happening, where people think this is okay?
That's an excellent question, because again, I don't want to mix the criminal behavior that you're describing with individuals who are out here legitimately protesting because there was an injustice done several thousand miles away. And I think it's sad. because at the end of the day, I think there's people who literally want to make positive change. And I've got to tell you, a lot of our employees, our officers on the front line, feel the same way they do. But I'll tell you what, looting, burning cars, destroying property, how does that make any change?
Yeah.
It actually makes most of the people look at this and say, you know what, we're not going to pay attention because this is criminal behavior. Again, I want to emphasize that criminal behavior is a small percentage of all the good people who are out there protesting with their right to, and actually a very good cause.
Do you have enough officers to actually stop this, as we watch multiple different locations where this looting happens with no officers anywhere in sight? We saw in Santa Monica the same thing happen. The National Guard pulled up 4 hours later after everything was already done. Do you have the resources to meet this actual challenge that we're faced with right now?
Well, I believe we do have enough officers on the street, and we're getting more as we're speaking. So we will be able to handle this.
How is that true, though? I mean, you got to. That doesn't match the reality that we're seeing right now.
You know what? I'm not looking at it, and I think it's unfair that you're sitting here. You've asked me the same question over and over. We've got people on the way. It's unacceptable, and I don't think you asking the question over and over is going to make it any better. We're going to get people out there, make sure that we can absolutely handle it. And it is. I could tell you're frustrated, I'm frustrated, and we'll get people out there and hopefully make as many arrests as we can as soon as possible.
Chief, let me ask you this question. I don't know if you have the answer to this one. Do you feel like what we're hearing, what we're seeing, what you're hearing, is it people coming from outside, do you hear?
Yes. From what we see and we can hear, there are a lot of people that are not from Long Beach. And as our curfew is at 8 p.m. As we're getting more and more officers in here, we're going to be able to take more effective action and start arresting people. But we haven't verified where everybody's from. But this is absolutely not reflective of the citizens of Long Beach. This is not what Long Beach citizens do.
Well, Chief, Christine and I both are such big fans of Long Beach. We think it's such a great city, and we know you and your officers have done such important work for so many years to build up downtown Long Beach, and I can only imagine what a challenge this is for all of you, and I know we're all frustrated watching this because it is such a challenging time for everybody. We wish you the best of luck tonight. We do appreciate you taking time to talk with us and to talk with our viewers, and all the best as we all try to get through this together.
I appreciate both of you, and yeah, we're all frustrated, and keep on showing it because I want people to see that this criminal behavior is not going to change anything. But again, we're supporting all of the peaceful protests that are occurring. So thank you for covering it, and I hope your reporters stay safe out there.
Thank you very much, Chief Robert Luna. We appreciate your perspective tonight as we watch the streets of Long Beach. Susan, can you hear us? Do you want to chime in?
Yes. Okay, that was just a nice big firework. We are actually walking away from where we were. We were on Waite and 3rd Street, where the Ross store was, and then at the same time as what was going on with Ross, and you can see, I mean, it's really remarkable. There's just no compunction whatsoever. Here's a guy, he's dragging a suitcase or something, presumably full of material and possessions. Oh, somebody found a television. And at the same time that they made entry into the Ross, they were across the street with a hammer and went into an eyebrow threading store, which I'm not exactly sure what they found there. Maybe that's where the guy got the TV and he just pulled it right off the wall. But it is like a surreal thing. There are so many people who would go in, come out with big smiles on their face, and then take their merchandise, or I guess it was just stuff that they stole, and they'd have people standing by in a car, and they would pile it all into the car. And not to blur the narrative here, yes, we want to make a distinction between looters and the protesters, but I did see some protesters who had been holding the signs and had been protesting peacefully. The next thing I knew, they were in that store, the Gene Machine store, pulling out shoes. So there's a lot of opportunistic attitudes here. I think there's a lot of mob mentality where people are saying, well, they're doing it, so I'm going to do it. At the same time, I do see other people who are picking up material, you know, the shoe boxes and whatever, and bringing them to me and telling me, yeah, I found this on the street, I'm picking it up. I go, what are you going to do with it? And he goes, I don't know. I know the owner of Gene Machine, so I'll probably just give it back to him. And he was telling me that he was on the corner and just crying. So meantime, you see here a lot of people, they somehow managed to find bags and boxes, and they've got a bunch of merchandise, stolen merchandise in those bags.
I think what we're seeing is how difficult it is to handle the situation in the many cities and what it takes to mobilize, like we've seen in Santa Monica, where they have restored order per the sheriff. Susan, tell us where you're headed now and what you're seeing on the streets there of Long Beach where you are.
Well, honestly, because we are in the midst of all of this, I find it amazing to me that, Alex, you could be asking the police chief these questions and he doesn't turn on a television to see what's going on or check in with his people. It just blows my mind. Meantime, they did have the police up there, the police helicopter up there, because we could see the light being hit onto the people coming out of that Ross store, and I see it now, as a matter of fact. So I know they have eyes. They have eyes on this situation here in Long Beach. Periodically, you'll hear vehicles, you'll see lights and sirens, but frankly, they didn't come to the area where we were. They just went somewhere else. So there's got to be another hotspot that we are not aware of. But meantime, periodically, it'll be enough for somebody to say the word cop so that they would pour out of the store. But then as soon as it seems as if nobody's coming, then they just go right back in. And again, there's only so much you can carry, right? So I'm seeing people who have a couple of boxes from the Gene Machine store, and now we're watching some people run away. Not quite sure what has prompted this. It's like cockroaches.
And you bring up the Gene Machine store, as we talked about, somebody knowing the very owner of that store as a business that tried to provide affordable clothing for the community and to help build up Long Beach and be part of that community.
Let's, as we now hit 8:30, Alex Michelson, Christine Devine, Susan Hirasuna out in the field in Long Beach now. A reminder of some of the headlines, Christine.
Well, we know a curfew is in effect throughout Los Angeles County. If you thought about last night, it went into effect around 8 p.m. Tonight, they opened that up a little bit earlier to 6 p.m. It's been earlier in other parts, like 4 p.m. in Santa Monica. We have seen this widespread looting throughout L.A. County. We're seeing it just now tonight in Long Beach. Earlier today, it was Santa Monica. The National Guard, that's the visual that's going to stick with so many people. The National Guard arriving in our city, arriving in Santa Monica, where they have attempted to restore order. It seems to be calm there tonight. We can't forget that there have been peaceful protests throughout the day. They started in Santa Monica as very peaceful, with people of all races coming together to speak out. But the story of the night really has been the looters. And we have seen some shots of protesters who were out there trying to protect the businesses. And then you saw some who seemed almost to be professional. They were fully wearing black gear, covered up fully with hammers, like they knew what they were doing. They were there for a purpose, that was to break into businesses and cause damage.
And often that is a sign of Antifa protesters. Bill Malusian, who knows a lot about Antifa protesters, joins us live from Santa Monica. Bill, what are you seeing where you're at now?
Alex, unfortunately, things have not calmed down here in Santa Monica at all. They've just moved inland further, closer to West LA. Let me give you a live look at where we're at right now. This is the intersection of Lincoln and Broadway here, and you can probably hear the store alarms going off in the back room. Almost every single guys, but the Vons right here got hit. Every business on this corner got hit. We're starting to see more and more business owners out here trying to defend their businesses. Further inland, we saw shades of 1992. There were business owners up on their roofs with rifles. There were other business owners standing in front of their businesses with rifles as well. They see what's happening out here. These protesters are moving further inland to the West LA areas, almost. Okay, we're pulling up those photos right now. Again, this was about an hour ago. We passed by these businesses, and you can see the owners out front with rifles and up on their roofs. They see what's happening. They know police can't be everywhere at once, and they're taking their safety and their business's livelihood into their own hands right now. And again, this was famous back in 1992. We all know about the Koreans on the rooftop. Police sources were just, resources were just spread too thin. That's what's starting to happen out here. Over by the 3rd Street Promenade area, that's where all the action was in Santa Monica today. But unfortunately, everything, that guy just yelled, he got him some Gucci. He got him some Gucci. So they're bragging about it out here, guys. They're bragging about it. They think they're having a great time.
Be proud. Look, that guy looks like he's about 17 years old, too. Where's his mother?
Yeah, good question. I don't know. But the further inland you go, you just see people walking around. You know, some of them have little tools in their hands, and they're just looking in windows, waiting to break in. And almost every other business has a broken window, or it's tagged, or they're just kind of splintering up into smaller groups and having free reign. And I feel bad because, you know, we don't want to throw the police under the bus. They're just so overwhelmed right now. Right. They don't have enough resources. The sheriff's deputies are going.
And it's
the sheriff's deputies are going up and down the streets.
Look at that! Look at that! A cinder block.
That guy just stole a.
Or no, is that a?
No, it's not a cinder block. I think it's actually a cat tower.
Oh,
thing.
there you go. Okay.
And they made sure to toss a tennis ball at my face when they walked by. So,
but Bill,
these people out here, they don't care. We're filming them live, and nobody out here cares. They're just like. It's just so in your face. I've never seen it like this before.
So
everybody going by just flips us off.
What is so frustrating is
these guys are boarding up.
It's okay for the police to admit that they are outnumbered. When I was talking to the police chief, he said, no, we do have enough officers. It's okay for them to admit the truth, which seems to be, no, they don't. Because if they did have more officers, we would not be seeing scenes like this. And number two, this makes me so frustrated, I'm sure it makes you frustrated, Bill, and you, Christine. There are so many legitimate protesters with legitimate messages that are out there for the right reason, to talk about systemic inequality, to talk about racism, to talk about classism, and yet these folks
honoring George Floyd. There's been people
They are selfish criminals who are stealing from society and completely diluting everything that all those people are trying to do. And they are proud of it. And it is disgusting, Bill.
It absolutely is, and it's so in your face. And you're right. I mean, I was out here in Santa Monica earlier today when they had that peaceful protest going up and down Ocean. I went and I took a look at it because I live nearby. There was nothing wrong with that protest. Everybody was very peaceful. There was nothing wrong. And then it seemed like a separate group of instigators used that because the media and the police were distracted by that peaceful protest. And then they went to 3rd Street Promenade when nobody was looking, and they hit Santa Monica Place, and that's what sparked all of the looting.
Yeah.
Yeah, opportunists. And, yeah.
Bill, we're going to check in with Christina Gonzalez, who's been in downtown LA for us. Christina, it looks like we have protesters there on the move.
Well, no, actually, you have protesters being arrested right now.
Okay.
They did declare an order, and what you're seeing right now is Metro. Behind the line are people who sat down.
Hold on, give me on now. Yeah, do what you do when you make black folk mad. See what I'm saying?
And it looks like right now we are crossing over 6th Avenue.
19th Street.
19th Street.
Telling me going down, fuck the police. Y'all ain't with the police, so I'm like y'all. Y'all doing y'all ready?
And I just
Keep their head in the police car. Text Mark.
shots live.
And we are continuing to move down. I believe we're on 19th, or we crossed over 6th Avenue. Just continuing to move down. Initially, we were at the park, but police asked people to disperse. We were just over by the Wells Fargo building, and demonstrators worked their way down that building, taking items. I saw a shovel and rocks thrown into some of the windows of that building, and just continuing to move down the street. Now, I have not seen police moving through the crowd. I did see police lights as we were crossing over some of these streets. Earlier, police had asked demonstrators to disperse, and they did leave the park, just moving through the downtown area. At one point, they were asking people, I did just hear a crash, and it looks like this parking deck, someone may have thrown something into one of the windows over there. But people are just moving through the downtown area. We have heard chants of George Floyd, and on one of the buildings, someone is spray painted, "I can't breathe," in reference to that incident involving the Minneapolis Police Department. A quick, in a matter of 30 minutes, a shift in the tone of this demonstration. And it looks like 18.
Sarah wants to talk to you, so don't keep going on and on. Sarah wants to talk to you. She can't hear. Just take out your IFB and put it. No. Just like talking on the phone. Take it off the speaker. All right. Can you hear now?
Yeah.
Okay, she can hear now. All right. She can hear you now.
So from my viewpoint, I could not see police. When we were crossing over, we were on 6th Avenue. I did see police lights at the end of intersections, but in terms of moving through this crowd, I cannot see any police officers. Earlier, police did ask people to disperse from the park, and people have done that, but I have not seen, and looking around, I have not seen any officers. Just want to give you an update. They're inside the Alabama Power Company Museum. They broke some windows. People broke windows over here, and it looks like they are moving inside. Sarah, I know you asked about what shifted the tone of this protest, and it was almost as if a switch went off. The tone of the demonstration earlier was focused on those Confederate monuments. At one point, people started moving closer to the courthouse and caused some damage at that building, but in terms of what exactly shifted, it's not clear. I do know that Mayor Woodfin did come out and talk to demonstrators and ask them to stand down. He understood their frustration and people's frustration, but asked people to stand down. And people, in response to that, there were boos, and they wanted to take some action to them. So they continue to focus on those monuments. It looks like people are, if you can get a little bit closer, it looks like people have moved inside the building. We can see people inside the building. We're going to move back just a little bit for our safety. I can see people inside with shovels. It looks like someone in front of us was working to break one of the windows over here. And I can hear people now saying, "Get out." From this point, I cannot see if police are at the scene or but it has gotten a little bit more quiet. A couple moments that erupted, but people are still working to break some of these windows, but it has gotten a little bit more quiet out here.
On Wisconsin Avenue in Georgetown, as we see officers there go into this storefront. And we saw police protecting a CVS pharmacy, if you're familiar with the area right there.
And this is a look inside where people were able to make it inside the building.
See you in the air conditioner.
We are still in the same area on 6th Avenue. It looks like at one point people had moved into the Alabama Power Museum. It looks like they had exited that. And as we move down the street, people are still working to take out some of the windows. I know you hear the clash. It looks like a metal object and what could potentially be a brick. Not as much chanting, but people are just working down the street, working down. It looks like at one point a parking deck, or when the door was taken out of a parking deck. If we look, can we go back this way just a little bit to give you a look inside, to show you some of the damage inside the building. Looks like not only did they, wait a minute, it looks like not just the building, but some damage inside. We're gonna go ahead and work. We're gonna go ahead and work back down, and I'll send it back to you here. So we're gonna go ahead and move out of the area. Someone did just. Thank you. Is this yours?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Want this to be a peaceful protest?
Yeah. Someone took some kind of something and knocked off our camera, or knocked off our camera and told us, we need to move out the way.
Hey, if Newton get me to mark now.
Yeah, knocked off the light off the top of our camera. Came with a
I don't know that is the same case with the rest of this group.
with a metal object.
Continue to fire GPS.
Yeah, I'm okay. They swing at the camera, hit the camera, knock the light off. Ready to take the camera from us as we're leaving. Hit the camera. No, it was something serious. And call 3340.
It was like a.
Tell them their guy is running stuff. I'm not going in close. I'm not going in. I am staying back. I'm not going to go the other way. And the same people that attacked me are around. What's that reporter's name?
I don't know.
I can't remember his name. Quinn.
Oh, Stephen Quinn.
Stephen Quinn. Now, if security comes in their uniform and stuff like that, it's going to instigate around us. It'll be attack us. They're looking for people in uniforms.
I'm going to go double check the street.
No, because that was the crowd. I don't know if it's enough to get huge now. Go there. All right. Get where we can, but stay back. We're trying to get security. I said, don't get security. That's just people in uniforms around us. I know. That's what I'm staying back. I appreciate it. I know. I appreciate it. We're going to back up some more.
Is this security inside?
They said they were going to get the camera. They said they might have a new white person. They supervisor ain't working, bro.
It says standby.
Gotcha.
Security is in.
They were rocking the car earlier. I'm okay to swing at you to hit the camera and save your butt. They got the lights on. Yeah, they went after the other guy. Yeah, I know.
Stand by.
I'm trying to stay clear of myself. I'm not the police down there and they just act like it's nothing over there. Grab number. Actually, all the SWAT teams got by her. About 45 minutes ago. They can't get down there. I appreciate you. Trying to kill him because trying to move the corner now. I can get y'all some play. I don't want one. It's crazy out here. It's crazy.
We are actually moving back down 6th Avenue. I do want to tell you, Sarah, in the middle of our live report, someone took a swing at our camera, and so we are moving back for safety. I have seen a couple of blue lights a little bit farther down the street. I can see police lights, but they did work down this Alabama Power Museum. Working down, breaking some of the windows. As we were walking back this way, I looked inside and I could see security. And so it looks like at least security for this establishment has arrived and it is taking an assessment. When I was looking inside, not just damage to the windows, I could also see some of the damage inside. This isn't the only building. We've been with you since 9 o'clock talking to you about what we have seen out here. Damage to this building. We were over at the Wells Fargo building earlier. We were over at the Wells Fargo building earlier, and there was damage there. As we were standing where we are, we have demonstrators who are moving back down this area, telling us that we should stay in this area, but this isn't the only building that we've seen damage. The courthouse and then also the Wells Fargo building, there was damage at those buildings as well.
Back up. That's the crowd. Hey, boss. Hey, TV. Hey, don't go down that way, man. Stay here.
Sarah, as you said, we were over at the park. We had transitioned over to the courthouse, and we saw a monument set on fire there and a couple bricks thrown into windows at the courthouse, and there was an immediate shift in the tone. And police did arrive and asked people to disperse the park, and people started to shift out of the park, but then started to move down 20th Street and just continue to move downtown. As they were moving downtown, throwing bricks and at one point a shovel into some of the buildings, moving inside some of the buildings and causing destruction. I saw a security officer inside one of the buildings. We are going to continue to move back downtown. We're going to continue to move downtown, but that was kind of a timeline for you. We were at the park, moved over to the courthouse, police arrived, and then people started to move out of the park near the courthouse and just through the downtown area.
Tell them you need giraffes so we can walk a little further faster. Right now. Listen, here's Buddy. Some of the guys are doing the hidden recognition. Just keep it. I'm so blind.
How would you laugh?
No,
Yeah, I would do that.
So we are continuing to move down 6th Avenue a little farther away from the crowd, but if we look down here, you can see some of the police lights. Where I am standing, to 19th Street, where I am standing, this area is a little bit more dispersed, but this is how we moved down, and hundreds of people, well over 100, maybe closer to 200 people out here demonstrating tonight.
Moving away. Randy, you were not injured. Hopefully,
yeah.
Protesting, no justice, no peace, that kind of thing. But this has escalated, obviously, from earlier, Evan. And that gas, it is just a ton of gas. I actually can't even see the county jail now. That is a lot of tear gas that is spreading over a very large area to our south.
Dylan, you should see that. You should see what we're seeing from Sky 5 right now. It is a massive plume.
And I'm trying to get these people to calm down, but Randall, it's a madhouse down here because there was another guy. I don't know if he worked for a major news station, but there was another guy that broke his nose. Something crazy to do. Him and that boy, the other boy, Chavez and all that. Y'all be careful. This AJ. Hey, can I get an interview, man? 1 second, man. Hey.
We are on the corner of 6th Avenue and 19th Street. A little bit of a distance from the crowd, but over my right shoulder I can see police lights. People have kind of dispersed from this area. A couple people on this corner, and where we had walked down 6th Avenue and people were working their way down that street. It has gotten a lot more quiet in this area, and people are dispersing. But from my vantage point, where we are standing right now, not as many people, a lot more quiet.
AJ. About talking to AJ. That's you, man? Yeah. About talking now. Don't get for comment, sir.
I was on the red light.
Yep.
Hey.
What you have seen tonight and the experience.
Hey, Sarah and folks. Tonight's been surprising, actually. walking down through downtown Birmingham and just hearing the bangs and the
What, if anything, that means, we don't know, other than they're temporarily on the move at this moment in time. That's all we can tell you. That's all we can show you. We know there's damage to the Empire Mall. Water bottles were thrown at windows and officers. Looks like maybe another tear gas just went off there. We know that rocks have been thrown at officers and also at windows. Windows in some mall stores have been blown out. We also know that there's windows missing from Sioux Falls Police Department cruisers. We can also tell you that a window is missing from the back of a Dakota News Now news vehicle that's used by our photographer, Troy Timmerman.
Of protests in the District of Columbia, a third night here. Hopefully not lost on what the real message is as these protesters come out to peaceably assemble and then get lost in some of the wind of these
We are also hearing from St. John's. Also hearing from St. John's Episcopal Church where that fire was set, saying they're thanking for people for reaching out with their concerns. They have heard on the news, as we've been reporting, that the fire has been extinguished, and they say that a building can be rebuilt. The deeper wounds of our nation remain our focus. So it's quite a scene here in the nation's capital with all of this unrest going on across the country.
That's right. And before we sign off here, Lauren, just an incredible job by our reporters on the ground, our photographers there, Joe Hammond, Van Applegate, Lindsay Watts, and Evan Lambert. They're doing a fantastic job. We will continue to document history as it happens here in the District of Columbia and the surrounding jurisdictions. You can tune in to Fox 5 right here online on fox5dc.com, and continuing coverage will resume at 4 a.m. Have a good night.